Good day and good evening, and welcome back to Palace of the Dead solo challenge stream with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, we continue the run from, like, before Christmas break and stuff, which left us at floor 100. You can see here. And that's basically the plan. I imagine we'll be making our way towards the harder floors again. That's pretty much it. Hopefully we'll find something interesting to talk about on the way. With that said, hey Taldemar, hey Aerodel, hey Ceres, hey Yannick, hey Zaf, hey Giraheen. Hope you're all doing very well. Might as well get on with it. I've already joked that I'm probably going to step in something and immediately go back to the start. Or, you know, there's always the possibility that we'll have a... some of you may remember our incredibly lucky set last time that we got to the high floors, where basically everything that could go wrong went wrong. Hey Agent Monica, hope you're doing well. What if you just talked about only uninteresting things instead? That's also an option. What did you have in mind? I had cereal for breakfast today, which I often do. It was all right. Imagine finding two alterations on the same floor. You had bread for breakfast. Did you have anything on the bread? Was it Chaiji Rios? No, but that would have been hilarious if it was. It was flakes of corn. As in, non-brand. Hey stuff, hope you're doing well. Ten alterations on 131 to 140. Oh boy. Well, as long as you don't get them all on the same... Imagine getting that. Like one of those kinds of items where you can only really use one per floor. And then you find, like, 5 of them on one floor. You're like, there's no way I could have used all of these. Like, so many that even if you had 0, you would use one and then still have 3 to spare. Hey Tomei, hope you're doing well. What's the best way to level up a new class? I would say when you're really low level, just do your hunting log. Like this, if the job has one. And once you reach a level where you can start to queue for dungeons, queue for the highest level dungeon. I have a leveling guide on the channel. Like I straight up have a leveling guide, which does mention these things. Even if you're low level, it should still apply. But queue for your highest level dungeon, but not level 50, 60, 70, 80, or 90 dungeons. They are they're end game stuff, so they tend to give very bad XP. But while you're queued, do things like your hunting log. If you don't have any, do things like fates. When you start to reach higher level, you can also do things like the hunt marks, the daily hunt marks. But not the ones from A Realm Reborn. They suck. I also say this in the guide. Thank you, Aerodel. See, Aerodel put a link for you to that guide if you haven't found it already, Tomei. Also, hey, Vince and Liv. Hope you're doing well. Ended in P10N from a roulette. I wonder if the Mandeville Relic or a Dawntrail weapon is the way to go. I would I think it doesn't really... I'm pretty sure that a Mandeville relic is better. I'm pretty sure Mandeville relic is better because it should have maxed out stats for the item level you get synced to. And also an additional stat, whereas the Dawntrail weapon will only have 2 stats maxed out. Hey Daniels, hope you're doing well, and thank you. What? How? How did that guy not see me? What? How? We're just sneaking past me. That's really weird. I'm supposed to be the one sneaking here. Hey Solization, hope you're doing well. 6 intuitions on the first in the first 5 floors. Well, then you're at least prepared. Maybe they were hoping I wouldn't kill them. They're like, if I just don't acknowledge them, maybe they'll not acknowledge me. And then I accidentally auto-attacked it. Hey! Onions! Onion! But only 2 of them. Well, what are you? Sight? I mean... the floor isn't done. What are you? That's I not appreciated. Not appreciated. I feel like I've been trolled here. I use an alteration. I get onion boys. And one of the onion boys is holding a mimic. Like, really? And there's only two of them here, even. Hey, Nox, hope you're doing well. I read a guide that Warrior of Light's aggro was based on movement. Better stay still. Yeah, the problem there is that they weren't standing still then. Solicitation is, how would one go about actively trying to get the achievement for fighting horde chests without intuition, just walking? I have a video on 10 of the most obnoxious achievements to get. And in that video, I briefly outline a way to farm finding the horde. But I believe that's not without intuition. But that video does have, does direct you to a more detailed guide for finding them with intuition. Without intuition, the best you can do is, as Yannick said, people have sort of figured out where the horde can spawn in the first 10 floors. So what you would do is basically just, start a run, and then just every time you enter a room, step on the places where the horde is likely to appear, and just test every single spot. Thank you, Aerodil. Which might take a while, but the good news is I believe the achievement caps at, is it 200? So it's not too bad. Although it is a little tedious. But the one of just, I think, is it 2,000 or 20,000 horde? For the general horde achievement, that is a long time. Hey Bogaj, hope you're doing well. It sounds like you are. 2 flights on 1 floor. I always feel like I have zero idea of what I should be doing. I mean, I have a guide. But as you get to the higher levels, there will start to be cases where you're like, you genuinely have multiple options. Where it could depend on Like, do you need more movement? Or is the fight ending? Things like that. Oh boy. Some of the movement options could also be used for damage gain. Yep, exactly. Hello. Rage. Sure, why not? Sure, why not? Boink. Da 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 da. And for you. That's not quite right, Nox. That was that's the Endwalker way of things. Although there are paths where you use very little B4. As long as you don't, like, cast more B4s than you need. Why are you here now? Why are you here now? Crap. Splat. What are you? You with a rage? Isn't non-standard back in? Not like that. Basically, non-standard in Endwalker was like... The key element of it was you minimize the amount of Blizzard Falls you cast down to the extreme of never using B4. But when people say that non-standard is back, like, non-standard covers everything that is, well, I know it comes as a shock, but anything that isn't standard, right? So that means you determine what the standard rotation is, and anything that is not that is non-standard. For instance, there are a bunch of tricks that involve like there is a rotation that is apparently viable and apparently good that doesn't use Flare Star. Which is weird. But there's plenty of non-standard, but because of the way that everything plays out, it's a little difficult to make a rotation now that completely avoids B4. Yep, essentially it's not so much that you avoid it, it's just more that people have discovered that now that Despair is instant, there is a rotation that makes use of that fact combined with like various transpose shenanigans to get more Despair casts. Like a lot of Despair casts. Which just happens to mean that you're not using enough Fire Force per Astral Fire set. So you're just not getting Flare Star. And apparently it's good enough. And it is difficult, because with Black Mage, it isn't as simple as going, well, you're choosing between casting A or B. Often there's like a much greater sequence to it, where like with a lot of other jobs, you can usually figure out that doing A instead of B, you can just compare the two and choose the one that does more potency, right? But specifically because Black Mage does things in sets like that, it means that when you're comparing things, you have to actually write out quite a long sequence when you're comparing two ways of doing things. But yes, non-standard, there's a lot. Quite a lot. It's just, it's non-standard in a new way. It's like you know, it's like new metal. It's the new non-standard. It's a rare boy. Boink. Seems like the most unique class in the game. In some ways, I suppose. Hello, adventurer! Boink! Yep. That was a witching, I believe. You're really covering the entrance here. Was that the new mobile Black Mage that had like a 1% over standard Black Mage in certain fights? Possible. There certainly is the case that we had found, that there has been found, I think not just one, but multiple ways to play Black Mage where like you cast one or two things and then you kind of just instant cast for the remainder of the fight. Pixelmans and Black Mage are very similar. I would heavily disagree. Like the places where they are similar starts at the... They both have ley lines. And kinda end at that point too. Two steels on the same floor. They both have long cast times. Well, I mean, Red Mage has long cast times, technically. It has them. Summoner has a few long casts. Ow. I found the mine, everyone. But the reason why I don't think they're that similar is also that Black Mage is generally like viewed as the job that does the huge amount of sustained DPS. Like, they have the capacity to burst, but like the thing they do is that nearly all of their damage, like the huge amount of their damage is concentrated in just the GCD. And it doesn't even, like, it's not really cooldowns, it's straight up just the GCD, right? Which is like if you think about it for a moment, it's the exact opposite of what Pictomancer is, right? Like the reason why Pictomancer for the most part doesn't really care about speed is because the vast majority of its damage is straight up just cooldowns. Hey Ham, hope you're doing well. PvP Black Mage and PvP Pixelmancer both have a not cast time and a stronger spell stance. Yeah, I suppose so. But I don't think that was what we were comparing. You know, I don't think they're very that similar. This is the book room. And there's also a stack here for some reason. Hey, popular monster. Hope you're doing well. Hey, cat. Hope you're doing well. really feel like these guys are blocking off the doors. The rooms. I'm doing quite well myself. We've stepped in a bomb so far. We also had a room where we had used alteration, and we got the onion boys. There are 2 of them, and one of them held a mimic chest. So that's fun. Hey Brontom, hope you're doing well. There's something particularly funny about those, like, onion boys from the alteration commander holding a mimic. Like, why not just make it a mimic room? Anything in here? Ooh, bronze chest. Yoink. Didn't really need a max potion. Hey Dagarian, hope you're doing well. Yeah, pretty much. Doing solo runs of Palace of the Dead without 99.99 of course gives you the practice. It could also be fun to do it that way. But yeah, there's like optimization wise, you risk reaching the higher floors where it's really hard before reaching 99.99, and you will, like, if you're doing well, that'll probably happen. But I mean, some players are finding deep dungeons hard enough that they might not reach what, you know, players that do deep dungeons consider the hard part before they start wiping, right? Like, if you don't understand, like, if you haven't learned some of the things that some deep dungeon runners take for granted, then it isn't a bad idea to learn those things while you're just, like, starting out. Hey Gleaming, hope you're doing well. Yes, I did hear about that. I did hear about that. Did it, like, how long did it go, like, how long did the rampage continue for? That's also an idea, Cat. Because you have 2 saves, you could have, like, you could, you know, do 2 solo runs simultaneously so that you can collect more ether pool before you reach the hard part. Like, when you reach a point where it starts to get hard, you could start the second run, and then once they are caught up, you could alternate them so that you have double time on each set of 10 floors. Like, that is a way you could do it. It is also still somewhat possible or likely that you will not get fully maxed out in time for where you might need it. Oops. Good thing I have plenty of time. There's a power outage. Oh. Yeah, I guess that can happen. Hey Ardell, do you see the bot? Thank you. Hey, Perrin. Hope you're doing well. I'm not entirely sure, Zaf. Like, I'm not actually sure. I'm guessing there is some sort of maybe logic that it, like, has some sort of kind of cross-pollination between streamers. That it just lists names, like, of other streamers you could watch. But, like, who's doing it, right? Like, who's making those bots? Is it one of the names on the list? It could be. And if it's one of the names on the list, then it would explain, like, the logic behind it. Because if it just stated, oh, it's fine, Aradel, we're just talking about it. I didn't do anything, because if I tell you, have you seen it, then it would be very confusing if I then delete it, like, while you're in the middle of it. But if it's one of the names on the list, then, you know, it's possible that the logic is that if it just sent one name, then you would know, oh, that's the jerk, and then we would be able to, like, trace it back. But by it just, like, listing mostly like a list of names, and many names are repeating in those messages, you can't know for sure which one of them is the culprit, or if any one of them is the culprit even. Like, sometimes the bot might send a message without including the owner, right? And by it sending a list, it both means that it is covering its tracks in that way, but it also means that it's not as direct advertising for one channel, right? So some streamers might go, I guess it's fine, and then just let it be. But what is really weird about it is that, like, I'm just saying, this kind of cross-pollination, like, I can see, like, the friendly benefits of it, but if you're well-meaning, like, you're actually just trying to be nice, then you wouldn't need to add all those Z's in the message to try and dodge potential, like, spam blockers, because anyone who blocks it have basically requested to not be included in this friendly show, so to speak. So it just shouldn't do that. Right? Like, it just shouldn't do that. Like, the moment it starts getting wacky with it like that, it's pretty clear that there's something malicious about it, I feel. I have 3. I'll just use 1. And yeah, that bot is definitely pretty harmless. I've also seen much worse. The 2 other bots I've ever had in my chat was either bots that just spam the link to something, which is why you can only post links if you're a moderator or me. So that those bots get blocked. The other ones just say something really weird, and then their account name is a website. And then you, like, just delete them. And yeah, that is correct, Brontome. If you happen to be in group with someone who's logging, then you'll be able to look up your name. Assuming they post the log publicly, then you can look up your name, like your character name, and find all public logs that includes your character. You can, of course, opt out of it, but because of the way that FF logs is opt out rather than opt in, it usually raises some eyebrows if someone sees that, oh, your account, like your name happens to be private. Like, it has this effect of, Are you hiding something? Like, why is it we're not allowed to see yours? Even though it can just be a case of like, I just don't want people to judge me like that. Like, I just want to keep that information private. It just has that effect on people where they're like, well, if you have nothing to hide, why hide it? You know the drill. But blue and purples is nice. Also, hey, Zarian, hope you're doing well. And Yaharis, hope you're doing well as well. Yeah, I don't know, Yaharis. I really don't. Like, as I said, my observation is that it sounds like some kind of, like, streamer cross-pollination. But if it was entirely well-meaning, then it wouldn't be using tricks like posting in random languages and adding extra letters to its words that seems to be with the express purpose of dodging, like, word blocking and things like that. Like, if it was entirely well-meaning, then it wouldn't be doing that, right? In fact, if it was entirely well-meaning, then it would then whoever made the bot would probably had sent me an email asking if I was in, like if I wanted to be part of it. But they didn't. Like, I've never been asked. Thank you, Ardell, and I hope you enjoy your tea. Oh yeah, the other day, or rather other day, I should say last week, turned out that my warrior pass on our weekly reclears was a 98. And you can watch that back. I'm pretty sure I wasn't being that sweaty about it. I'm pretty sure we even had, like, one of the bad configurations for the clones. So sometimes you just get really, 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 really lucky. Crit lottery, my favorite. I'm just saying, in fairness, I'm a warrior, which means that the crit lottery is very limited. But it's not like warriors are immune to damage variance lottery. Meh. Yeah, that is pretty funny, Yannick. Congratulations. Is it the 99s that are pink? I can't quite remember. It's just a bell curve meme. At the bottom, it's I just press buttons. In the middle, it's no, you have to optimize. And at the end, I just press buttons. Yeah, that is actually true, Baron. That is actually true. And then right at the very end, there's like someone going absolutely crazy, going like, I need to press the correct buttons and optimize. And those are the ones that get the 100. Yeah, so something that is worth considering, and that's not, just to be clear, it's not meant to like take the wins out of anyone's sails. In fact, it is just further understanding of the numbers on FF logs is that if you have a relatively high number on a duty that you could consider casual, like a dungeon, even an alliance raid, as long as it's not like chaotic, there is a possibility that the reason why your pass is relatively high is because a lot of the players you're getting compared to are not trying very hard. And the way the FF logs numbers work, long story short, is that your number indicates how many percent of logs that have been posted of that duty at the current time that you're better than. Which means that essentially it means that if you're the first person to clear a duty ever, then your log is automatically a 100, because it's the only one, right? You're better than everyone. You could also argue that it's 0, because you're technically better than no one. But you get the point. Which also means, because you're getting compared to everyone else, meaning that the entire system is comparison. Like, the whole thing is A compared to B. That means that getting a relatively high pass in casual content, and when I say relatively high, I mean, of course, consider how large a percentage of players queuing for Expert Roulette will just be there, like, to get stuff done. They might not be trying super hard, but they're there, and they're pressing buttons. Which means that those players you will probably beat. If you're trying just a little bit. Which means that like a blue or a purple might, keyword might, be easy if you're trying just a little bit. But that doesn't mean that it's easy to get like a super high log, because there are players that will go in there and push it to the limit for the sake of pushing it to the limit, and those will be the ones that get the 100. Jose Kosari, hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's true, Zarian. It was also just more like the... It depends on whether we're saying, like, if it requires that there's someone you're better than for you to get a 100, which I don't know. But it would be funny if the first clear was a 0 pass, wouldn't it? But it basically, the pass number is a percentage. Basically, it's a percentage. It's how many percent of players you're better than. Hey, Krampus. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a good day. Parent says, I have a 100 percentile pass on Heidel and Extreme, because there were only like 15 Dragoon passes that week. There you go. My brain has been forever tainted with this knowledge. See, the thing is, what really matters, and we do talk about this every so often, is are you improving? Like, for the vast majority of players, what actually matters is whether you're beating yourself, not whether you're beating anyone else. It is, of course, interesting to compare yourself to others. It's a way to see how much better you're getting, comparatively. But what really matters is whether you are getting better. Did you beat your record from last week? Things like that. Also, thank you, Adil. I'm not entirely sure how it works with the whole algorithm stuff, but as far as I know, it does help liking a stream while we're live. So the support is appreciated. Why do I have a Golbez Extreme Pass and why is it 0? Have you never set foot inside the Golbez Extreme duty? Because if you haven't, then there's certainly good reason for raised eyebrows. If you have been inside, then it is absolutely possible that someone logged it. A particularly funny thing that happens if you have done attempts on a duty but you didn't clear it, is what I've noticed at least is whoops. Remember to look at the frog. It's dangerous to not look at the frog. When it grabs you from behind, it stuns you. So don't not look at the frog. Don't not look at the frog. Don't not look at the frog. Whoops, another frog. Hey, Edgevilge. I'm pretty sure that basically all the fish you get from ocean fishing are... like, you can desense them? But other than that, I'm pretty sure they don't serve a purpose, but correct me if I'm wrong. Gleaming says, I have no idea why it would be 0 because we're doing fast clears. Well, there's multiple possibilities. One is it's a relatively old pass, so something wacky could be going on there. The other possibility is just because you were getting fast clears doesn't necessarily mean that you were good. I'm not saying that you're not good, Gleaming. I'm just saying that there is a possibility that those runs weren't fast thanks to you. Like, I'm not trying to say that it's you, that's it. I'm just saying that can sometimes be the case. That the group is so strong that if you actually go into the pass, maybe take a little glance at what everyone else got. If everyone has really low scores, then I would say it's a likely scenario that there's just something wacky with the scores because it's a really old pass. But it can happen, like genuinely, that you're like, oh, this is going really great, and then you see the pass afterwards and you're like, oh. Like, that's a classic, by the way. Like, there's a lot of players in Final Fantasy XIV, not even in Final Fantasy XIV, that think they're the hot stuff. But every time, they're basically getting carried. And the only way to know for sure is when you see, like, when you get compared to someone else, I guess. But I would say that I find it more likely, Gleaming, that it's just FF logs being a little weird because it's an old log. You might be able to look in deeper and see that it's like, oh yeah, well, when you actually got that log, your pass was way better, relatively speaking. I don't know. I'll say, Ilana, hope you're doing well. Exactly, Nox. Like, it's, as I said, it's perfectly possible that you had, like, that you could have had a lot of really fast clears, and it turns out that it's because, like, multiple players in the group weren't just good, they were absolutely insane. Bokai says, I still don't know if I like passing culture. That is perfectly understandable. The main thing I use it for is comparing to myself and to see if my friends are doing better. Like, the main thing I use it for is when we're done doing something, we might look at the passes and be like, oh man, look how good this person was. And then we don't really talk about it if someone did really poorly. Oh, that would also do it, Taldemar. Like, a pretty classic one to get a, like, the fastest way... Whoops, I used the wrong thing. Oh well. The fastest way to get a grey pass is dying. frog. A frog. That's true, Perrin. I think the big problem with passing culture is that there's a lot of players that don't quite get it. That end up using it for toxicity instead of using it as a tool to make sure, as you said, that you're not wasting your time. Like, there is some reasoning to it, like some decent logic to it. That if you can see that, oh, we don't actually have the damage needed to beat this fight before the Hardened Rage, then, you know, you might, like, there's no reason to try. And you might say, well, help each other. Just explain to the person who's not doing enough damage how to do enough damage. And, well, at a certain level of difficulty, you just have to assume that each player knows how to play their job, because at some point they have to play well enough that you might not know how to play their job well enough. All you know is that they're not doing enough damage. Like, the fair reasoning being that you're in pretty hard content. You should know what you're doing. Right? Yannick says, I've only seen the log discrimination only once in game, and the person doing it was a douche anyway. Well, there you go. This is not good. Pretty sure this was the room with the luring trap. Frog versus frog. Yeah, exactly. Also, hey, Kraken, I hope you're doing well. And yeah, exactly, Zab. That is a good example of someone who's basically using it for malicious means. I actually have a pretty funny instance of that as well. Some of you may have seen back in Endwalker, I made a video that had PayPal Legends in the thumbnail. The whole concept of the video wasn't that. It was just like, it's a really funny picture. And PayPal Legends is a thing that some people say. Which means players that have bought an ultimate clear. Usually with real money, which is illegal. Hence PayPal Legends. However, the whole concept of the video was, the whole idea of it, which is like the entire video, is a lot of players act like they know stuff because they have done some content. And often this just doesn't work. Like, for example, if you have completed Uvu, that doesn't mean that you're actually good at playing a warrior. Not even if you beat it with warrior. That doesn't mean you're good at warrior. Being good at warrior is a separate skill to having beaten Uwu. You could even have beaten a Futures Rewritten ultimate, you know, FRU, with warrior, and still not actually know what you're doing with warrior. So having accomplished something does not mean that you're a trusted source on everything. It's the same thing as with mentors that act like because they have a mentor crown, they are a trustworthy source on everything. Not even close. You kind of need to demonstrate your knowledge in various ways. Like, for instance, I think a lot of people trust my word on it when I say things because I've many times before demonstrated that I know what I'm talking about, but I also often, like, explain why what I'm saying is correct. So it's not like I'm just going, trust me, bro. Which, you know, changes some things in the conversation. But both on that video and on the post I made about the video, there were some people that, instead of actually listening to what I said, just jumped to the conclusion that clearly I was just salty because I hadn't beaten an ultimate before and I knew not what I was talking about. And the only way for them to know that was to go on FF logs or, you know, the lodestone and look up my character. And then just going, ha, he doesn't have any logs on this, so clearly he hasn't done it. And for some people, my response was, well, whether I have beaten it or not is sort of redundant because that's not the point of the video. Watch the video and make your conclusions on that instead of judging what I'm saying based on what I've accomplished. For others, I also said, what makes you think that that's my main? There's a very real possibility that that character that you're looking up is actually like my streamer YouTuber alt, and that my main is actually a private character that no one's ever seen. That's not the case. This is my main, but those people were too fast to jump to conclusions and didn't even consider that possibility, so they usually didn't respond after I pointed out that little oversight. So that's why we're working on Ubu. Find secret buff Kai main. Oh yeah, that's also true. Me saying that I don't have such a private character could also be a lie. I might be saying that to cover up the truth, so you'll never know for sure. In reality, I actually have a main. It's actually the true Big Kai. Small Kai is actually the main. What kind of question is it, Perrin? Lie, it's a Chaiji. That's true, Gireen, but that's basically the point of the video, and it has a lot of like basic math logic in the video itself. You know, the math arrows and stuff like that. That having beaten an ultimate doesn't mean that you are super knowledgeable on a job. However, being super knowledgeable on a job is probably likely to help you get a legend title, right? Like, but again, neither leads to the other. So who really knows? A lot of people forget that. So like the main reason for that whole video was actually like, because I'm pretty sure only like a few weeks before it, something like that, I made a video explaining what a mentor is. Like literally what a mentor is. What they're supposed to be doing in Final Fantasy XIV. And what a mentor is in real life. Exactly, Aerodel. Exactly. Beating an ultimate means that you probably know how to beat that ultimate. Incredible. But the extension of how that leads into that PayPal Legends video was specifically that a lot of the time there are players that will be like, oh well, you're a mentor, so you should know how to beat this content easily, surely. Why are you so bad? When in reality, being a mentor, like, you should help where you can, but technically the requirements of becoming a mentor has nothing to do with actually being good at the game. Like, you'd hope that a mentor's decent at the game at least, but technically that part was optional. I'm pretty sure I left an intuition up north from here. And similarly, some players will be like, oh, this person has a legend title, so they should be amazing, right? They beat an ultimate, so they should be amazing. But again, having beaten Ubu doesn't mean that you're incredibly good at beating Stray Burrow Deadwalk. Isn't there like a thing that pops up when you first accept the crown that tells you what is expected of you? That's correct. Do you think people read it? And do you think people that don't have a crown knows what it says? A lot of people that don't have crowns, mentor crowns, think they know what a mentor is supposed to be. And some of them basically just perpetuate it because they just repeat what others have told them. Parents says, I've been assured that cast attacks is different from animation lock, and every indication points me towards the very opposite conclusion. I'm wondering if there's a better test for it. How would you test it? Are there any spells in the game that has a different animation lock? And by spells, I of course mean, are there any GCDs with a cast time that have a different animation lock? Another question is, and this is something that I haven't considered before, do instant actions have cast attacks? Are we... Like, just come to think of it, the animation lock is about 0.6 seconds by default. Plus twice latency. But does that include, like, the thing that we know as cast attacks? Cast attacks is approximately 0.1 second. Yeah, that's also true, Ham. The pop-up explaining what a mentor's supposed to do is a little strange. But the long story short is help other players. Be nice. Be a good example. Which does mean that if you're a jerk, you could be reported. But last I checked, if you're a jerk in Final Fantasy XIV, you could be reported anyways, so... I guess it's just supposed to suggest that a mentor is held to a higher standard, so less is required. Yannick says, what's cast attacks? I actually have a video explaining what cast attacks is, but long story short, when you finish a spell, it actually takes 0.1 second longer than the cast time of the spell before you can do something else. And that's including the fact that there's the slide casting window. Does action queuing work differently depending on if you use a pad or a keyboard? I would guess no, but I've never tested. The way you can observe cast attacks is... if you play Black Mage, cast Blizzard 1 repeatedly at a striking dummy. Notice that if you spam it, and note that the cast time of Blizzard 1 is equal to your GCD, right? Oh, thank you, Ardell. Before it lets you cast Blizzard 1 again, the cast bar itself is able to fully disappear and reappear. As in, there is time for the cast bar to go away. Which means if there wasn't cast attacks, then there would be like a continuous cast bar, just constantly. Okay, there were 2 intuitions on this floor. Like a constant cast bar on your screen, but the fact that it disappears suggests that there is time between each cast ending and starting. And that's basically like the simplest way of observing cast attacks. But long story short, any spell that takes the same or more time to cast than the GCD of the spell actually takes 0.1 second longer than what it says. Which means, for example, that Fire 4's cast time is actually 2.9, not 2.8. Or rather, the full time it takes to perform Fire 4 is 2.9 instead of 2.8. And what is even more problematic here which really sucks for people that like spell speed and skill speed. The 0.1 second animation lock is, as far as I know, fixed. Meaning that if you had enough spell speed to make your Fire 4 have a cast time of 2.5, it has a full time taken to be performed of 2.6. What I'm positing is that cast attacks align. It's just animation lock starting from the slide cast window. That sounds very possible. I don't know if I actually suggested this in one of my videos, but yes, that sounds possible. The reason why I'm not sure about that, Perrin, is I'm pretty sure if your GCD... if you are playing on latency, like, for example, if you were playing on 200 ms, right? Then your animation lock in full is 1 second. Like, just flat 1 second approximately, right? I'm pretty sure your animation lock doesn't start 0.9 seconds before the cast finishes in that scenario. I'm pretty sure that your slide cast doesn't start 0.9 seconds sooner in that scenario. Do you know, Perrin? And that is very possible, Bokash. In fact, you may notice that most other jobs in Final Fantasy XIV either has or have gotten a change where all of their spells or things with cast times specifically have shorter cast times than the GCD associated with them. A particularly obvious example of this is Summoner, where at Endwalker launch, Ruby Ride had a 2.8 second cast time but a 2.5 second GCD, making it a DPS gain to use Swift Cast on Ruby Ride. And shortly into Endwalker, they changed it so that Ruby Ride's GCD is 3 seconds. Now the animation lock doesn't matter anymore, because, or rather, the cast attacks doesn't matter because it just means that Ruby Ride takes 2.9 seconds to cast in full. What I've heard about cast attacks being affected by ping, Perrin, is that I've heard that it is a lot less affected by ping than animation lock. But I think, I suppose an interesting other question to that, Perrin, is, let's say, for the sake of example, or for the sake of argument even, that cast attacks is just animation lock. Right? Just for the sake of this discussion, let's say that animation locking and cast attacks is the same thing, that we just call it cast attacks because the animation lock spills out of the cast time itself. Can I see what color this chest is? Thank you. Don't want to open it if it's silver. What does it change? That they're separate, that they're not separate entities. Does it change anything? Whoops. I thought cast attacks was auto attacks. Nope. I would suggest if that should have a name, that would be casting tax. Hey, Bad Angel. Hope you're doing well. I feel like it's been a bit. Yeah, like, I'm just saying... What... Like, it might make a difference. That's why I'm asking. Like, does it make a difference that the that cast attacks is a separate entity from animation locking. What do you think, Perrin? Isn't a 10% tax technically called a tithe? Well, it's not 10% solicization. Well, that's fun. I think I'm attacking the wrong thing, but it's better that I actually focus that one down. Hey, Weather Witch, hope you're doing well. Or Stormy Witch NATO. Hope you're doing well. No worries, Bad Angel. Hope things are looking better now. Also, hey, Chili Taters, hope you're doing well as well. 0.1 seconds is not a tenth of a second. It is, but it's not a tenth of the cast. I'm doing kind of well. There's a lot of cobras on this floor. That's true, Perrin. I think my point was just that calling them two separate things, I don't know if it matters. Like whether they are two separate things or not. Just based on what I know of the cast attacks, it seems like cast attacks is affected significantly less by latency than animation locking, which suggests either that the animation lock takes the brunt of the damage, so to speak, when you're lagging, or that they're separate entities that work in different ways. But I'm sure if they are the same thing, that some people are like making their way to it. It took a while before people really subscribed to the idea of like frame rate affecting your rotation. But once people figured out the details, I just realized I actually have to speed up a bit, falling behind on time. I just really want the horde over there. I feel like a lot of the floors we've had has had enemies blocking the way way too frequently. Oh, sweet. Wait, what are you doing? Get out of my onion room. Shoo. Because I wonder if we will ever get a really fast job that caps out of the speeds of some. That would be pretty wild. Well, one thing you can do, Perrin, I don't know what your latency is on different data centers, but like I know that sometimes on a bad day, I can actually do the Swiftcast latency jank over on OCE. And the Swiftcast latency jank is that you can weave Swiftcast and then hardcast a spell right after. So if your latency is really bad on OCE compared to where you normally are, you can do that. If that's not the case, then an alternative approach is make a character on a data center where your latency is bad. I don't appreciate these enemies like looking away, and then I clear the one that is not looking away, and then the next one looks where I need to go. What do you think? Who do you think plants all those onions? A salamander? I guess. Like actually those bulbs there that you think are its eyes is actually onions. They grow up to become onions. Why are these rooms so packed? Hey Deru, hope you're doing well. You're welcome, Nox. Does I prefer the onion rooms to the onyo rooms? Understandable. Onyo. The onyo rooms are the ones where there's like mimics in there, and then you step in a luring trap while you're in there, and then you open one of the mimic chests like after you kill it, and it's another mimic. Like that's an onyo room. And an onion room is one of those where it's onions, but they have cat ears for some reason. That is pretty impressive, Perrin. I'm just saying, like, on my end, that my latency over in... Oh boy. In OZE is, like swings from 200 to 300. So just because of that, like, if I'm doing anything over on OCE, it's usually something low stakes, because I simply cannot do something really hard on that latency. But as I said, only on a bad day. Like when I made the jank video from a while ago, I specifically tried extremely hard to get the Swiftcast jank to happen, and it just wouldn't happen. Can you even dual weave on 200 ping? No. No, you cannot. What's the cutoff? Assuming the numbers are exact, the cutoff is like 100... like 116, something like that, I would say. Basically, you take 2.5 and divide it by 3, then you subtract like 0.6 from it. And then you divide it by 2. 2.5 divided by 3 is like 8.33. Subtract 0.6, that's 0.23. Then you divide that by 2. It's like 116 or so. Yeah. I don't wanna be on this floor anymore. I don't like floors without abilities. They are not fun. I don't wanna fight salamanders. But it's like 116 to double weep. But the thing is, when you see that you have like a relatively high latency, sometimes it swings pretty hard. There's a luring trap in the exit room. Nah, I'm good. I prefer them one at a time, Yannick. Okay. You have less HP on this floor. The cure is on your left. Okay. What will you do now that you have less? I'll just use the cure, man. It's fine. I'll just use the cure. Oh. Well, this makes it a little boring, doesn't it? Yeah, you shouldn't have put the cure in the entry room. That's on you, man. It's not my fault. Hey, Sally. Hope you're doing well. Pop, 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 pop. Oh, a gold chest. Hello. Rage. Nah, that's really far. Like, I'd have to get really far away from that chest. What? Unfortunately, I cannot go to the store for you, Nox. That one you have to do yourself. Unfortunately, clear for one, going to the store Savage is not a thing. There. Not a fan of that sleep into bad breath combo. Really? No. Whoops. Hello. Look at how many eyes you have. I think those are eyes. What if I offer this expired coupon at Tesco? How about clear for one going to the store ultimate? I'd have to watch a guide for that though. Gleaming says Final Fantasy 14 weapon skill only challenge. You and 70 of your closest friends have to beat the MSQ with only GCDs. Assuming that spells are also allowed, I think that's actually relatively easy, just a little boring. Thought so going to the store was a solo duty. Sometimes. Actually, I think the hardest duty, if we're being strict about only GCDs, I think the hardest duty you're going to run into synced playing through the MSQ will be Lakshmi. Because you have an extra button there and you need to use it or you die. That's technically not a GCD. For the finding the path to Isle mechanic, we will use Hector Strat. I'll say, Alan. Hope you're doing well. Tank cooldowns are not GCDs, also that. But, as we have seen time and again, tanks are capable of doing casual duties without using defensive cooldowns. Someone clicks raise while she's killing you. That might work. I think the next one that is going to be a problem will be Seed of Sacrifice. Limit Break is not a GCD. And you might be saying, how about Alexander? But that's not the MSQ. Hey, Lonely Harvest, hope you're doing well. Tesco's raid plan. You know you have gamer parents when they, instead of giving you a shopping list, they send you a raid plan. I mean, there's some jobs that will certainly feel like borderline completely pointless in such a playthrough. Most jobs will. I have a feeling that once you reach level 35 or so, Black Mage will feel like alright. Like, okay-ish. Hey, Master. I hope you're doing well. To be fair, going shopping feels more like frontline than it does a PvE duty. Especially on something like Black Friday, right? Well, there it almost feels like open world PvP in a different MMO. Just get stampeded. Oh yeah, definitely, like, I mean, like, years ago, Black Friday. I really don't like the marbles. I'm not a fan of a marble. Oh, thanks! What? It broke its own crowd control with an auto attack. It's big brain time. It tends... The recommended jobs, Lonely Harvest, are like... Warrior, I think? And Machinist, and... I've recently heard people say that Pixelman's is really strong at it, but the thing is, each of those options have different reasons to be really good. I think Sage is also supposed to be really good at it. Again, the different options have their weaknesses, notably... Non-DPS jobs have a tendency to have trouble with the timer a lot more than DPS jobs. Meanwhile, DPS jobs tends to have trouble with the whole surviving part of it all. But yeah, the weakness of each of them is pretty clear. Like, Pictomancer is particularly interesting because it basically, like, it has a barrier it can use, but aside from that, the only thing it provides is that it does an absolutely mind-boggling amount of damage. Like, an absolutely stupid amount of damage. Which can make, like, the first 100 floors almost trivial if you have 99/99. But once you start reaching floors where you can no longer kill an enemy before it hits you back, it starts to become a problem. And then you have to be really good. And yeah, exactly. Summoner is also a good choice. Probably better than Pictoman's because it has slightly more mobility and things like that. But Summoner also has the weakness of it doesn't have an interrupt, it doesn't have a stun. Its healing, I don't know if its healing is any good. And tanks, of course, have the advantage that, I mean, they have a stun, they have an interrupt. They have decent self-healing. They have defensive cooldowns. Like, they have everything. The only thing they're missing is damage. And healers have even better healing. And may be able to turn around a fight better than anyone else, as long as they can heal up between the attacks. But their damage is going to mean that they usually might have to do that. Is Red Mage still a decent option? I've heard that it is. I've heard that it is. The Great Cataclysm, faithfully recreated. Is the cure a long or a short cast? It's a short cast. Splat. I've certainly heard some suggest that going as a tank for your first clear is better. The main reason why I just don't want to do that is because, as you've seen, I have a very strong tendency to run the timer as a DPS. And that's a problem that is more prominent if you're a tank. So it's like, it's better that I just have to face the reality of being careful, which I already am, than having to face rushing because the timer is tight, which would be opposite to what I feel is safe. But just to be clear, like, yes, there are better jobs. Like, that's the thing for all content, is that there will be jobs better at any specific task, jobs that are easier, jobs that are harder to do any given thing with. But all jobs can beat Palace of the Dead solo. In fact, wasn't there someone just the other day that did it with Thaumaturge? Or like the other week? Yannick? Do you remember? Has a very careful player, which isn't very DPS main of him. I'm a warrior main. And yes, I said Thaumaturge, not Black Mage, Thaumaturge. So Any job can do it. In fact, classes can do it. Yeah, indeed, Lonely Harvest. That can be a dangerous thing. Part of the reason why I'm not a big fan of running deep dungeons as a tank is actually because one of the ways you can make your run faster is by using things like Commanders of Sight, so that you can see the traps on the floor, find an explosive trap, and then bait enemies to it, and then have it explode in both your face and the enemy's faces, because it also hurts them. And that's just, like, that's a level of danger that I'm just not willing to go to. Would expect tank mains to be greedier, but here we are. Well, that's the funny thing. I still step out of AoE so that I can survive. Is there a difference between the traps and using sight? Yes. Each trap has a unique rune on the floor. Hey Ocni, hope you're doing well. That's also why on the previous set that Yannick said, oh yeah, by the way, there's a luring trap on the floor in the exit room. It's because Yannick saw it, apparently could tell that it was a luring trap, even at an angle. Yannick is really good at it. Me, on the other hand, I'm pretty good at the game. But when we start to get to the very high floors, you start to reach a point where being good at Final Fantasy XIV isn't good enough. You kind of need to be good at Palace of the Dead. Oh boy. Yay, a sight! Of course, there's something to be said that just because each trap has a unique rune, so you could tell them apart, doesn't mean that it's easy. I'm pretty sure the explosive trap isn't like, it doesn't look like a bomb, right? Like it looks a specific way, but it doesn't like look so obvious that you're like, oh, like what's that? Is that a luring trap? I'm not gonna test it, but I would guess just, I don't remember what they look like. I'm guessing that's a luring trap. Is it obvious? This is in total the 5th attempt overall, right? Yeah, if we include the one that I did in Endwalker, then this is the 5th attempt. No worries, Yannick. It looked a bit like a creature with arms. Like stickman arms. But yeah, just to be clear, my first attempt at this, I wiped before floor 180, but after floor 170, on my first proper try at soloing. Which I attribute entirely to me just like knowing some basics of deep dungeons. And just being good at Final Fantasy XIV. But then when you get to those floors, it's just not good enough to just be good at the game. And also, Alan, that is true. Us talking about all sorts of weird stuff while I'm running probably doesn't help with me keeping good time. But it's more fun that way. And sometimes I have the advantage of that. Like, when we get to the higher floors, I've been able to get further than I probably would have been on my own because I have, like, people like Yannick on the speed dial that gives me advice on what to do real time, whereas someone just playing on their own who does not have chat to distract them, you know, they'd just be like, well, I don't know what to do, so I guess I'll just die then. Luring looks like an arrow. Luring looks like an arrow? Oh. Well then, what was that thing that I found? It looked like a little baggy creature guy with stickman arms. Whoop. That's the general vibe when doing content blind. Oh, yeah, I could see that. Well, I don't know what this means, so I guess I'll die. And then explosion happens and you somehow survive. You're like, oh. Guess I'll continue then. Excellent. Nox says to me it looked like a bomb. Oh. Turtle! Oh, tortoise, I guess. Here's a funny story. Very short story. I've always had trouble remembering which is which between a turtle and a tortoise. And I think I know why. In Danish, they're called the same. So the difference is that, like, if we say that, like, I'm pretty sure the word translates to turtle, but we just say land turtle and sea turtle. There are two traps you ever really need to recognize: luring and landmine. Landmine? I'm guessing the toad trap or frog trap looks like a frog. Really? Really? I feel like the trap was a little slow to activate, too. Like, I call shenanigans. It's like the trap was like, I think he's attacking. Let me just give him a sec to make a mistake here. Based on what people are saying in the chat, it looks like English is the weird one. By having two different words. Landmine literally looks like an explosion. I stand by that the thing that I was looking at before looked more like a little guy with arms. So if that's an explosive trap, then okay. It looked like a guy with arms. like a little baggy guy with arms. Yeah, something like that, really. And also, I hope you're doing well. Auto heal disabled? But how am I going to auto heal? How will I recover from that? How will I ever recover from that? Auto heal disabled. I'll never healthily recover from that. Zeh. Let's go over here. I don't want to fight both you and your brother. Gleaming says in casual conversation, turtle can refer to land or sea turtles, but tortoise is just the land ones. You know, that makes it even weirder, because I'm pretty sure that... Like, usually I'll just call something a turtle because I like that word better, right? But I feel like the only context in which the difference has mattered has been in the exact context of people being like, actually, that's a tortoise. You know what I mean? Yeah, you get what I mean, right? Like, the primary way that tortoise is used seems to be more associated with someone being like, I'm just gonna correct you. What an amazing word. What are you? Sight. More sight. Why are you here now? I just turned off my rage. I just stopped being angry, and now you're here to give me reason to be angry again. Lillian says if you want to get down to the technical stuff, turtles have flatter shells and stick around water often. They also have webbed feet to swim. Oh. Hey Ninetails, hope you're doing well. What are you doing here? Speaking of tortoise, am I right? Hey Valvadis, hope you're doing well. Terrapins. I don't even know what that is. What's a terrapin? It's like something you use to pin earth to like a wall. You're like, oh man, I like this piece of terra. I'm gonna pin it to my wall. Turtles also sound like server bros. Yeah, dude. You're gonna ride the waves, bruh. Machinist your favorite job to do deep dungeons, or just what you're using right now? A Machinist is considered one of the better, like, easier choices to do it with, and it happens to support the way I prefer to run deep dungeons with, in that its damage makes it capable of dealing with the fact that I sometimes fall behind the clock. and it has a toolkit to respond to most situations, so that any fight, it's more like, did I play it right, rather than there was nothing I could do. Ogni says the trap you were looking at was a frog trap. Okay, that did not... Well, okay, yeah, I guess it did look kind of like a frog. Yeah, okay, yeah, I see it, I can see it. Yeah. Hello, Velus. Hope you're doing well. I think the only context in which I've seen the word terrapin used has been in, like... I think either in MMO contexts, and you might be sitting there going, what, why? Well, sometimes an MMO needs, like, you'll have, like, early game, you'll have the young wolf, then you'll have the regular wolf, then you'll have the adult or mature wolf, and then you'll have the greater wolf, and then you'll have the young grey wolf, and you'll have the regular grey wolf, and then you'll have the, you know where I'm going with this, right? At some point they'll run out of words, different words for turtle or tortoise, and they'll be like, I don't know, terrapin? And it might not even look like one. It's just like, close enough. And the other context would be like card games. Like trading card games. Ow. Quillboars. Yeah, you're talking about the 4-legged ones or the 2-legged ones? That must be weird, by the way. Like imagine being in a world where, like, say that you're a more cat person, like cat creature than a Hrothgar. Like, you're straight up just full-on cat, but you walk on 2 legs. Like a little more than a Hrothgar. It has to be weird to meet an actual cat. Like, what happened? Right? Like, I feel like it's weirder than, like, a human seeing a monkey or an ape or something. Like, it's a little bit like Goofy seeing Pluto. What happened there? Like Tabaxi and Elder Scrolls? I guess so. See, there's a fun one is that we don't call the American emblem an animal an eagle, but I don't... Pigog? That sounds like the sound of a parrot. Pigog? Actually, it sounds like the sound of a chicken. No feathers close to the claws and different diet. Terrapin refers to both the North American red-eared slider and the Caspian turtle. Well, that says a lot about the overlap, doesn't it? So what terrapins are we referring to? Well, there is the actual terrapin, and then there's also a turtle that is also a terrapin. Well, there is something funny about those MMOs where like the way that they make like a new enemy that is basically the same enemy but slightly stronger, make it sound different by just giving it a different addition to its name. There is something funny about that. I feel like Final Fantasy XIV has been less about that, like they do that less, but I will also say that Final Fantasy XIV has managed to like weasel their way out of that one simply by like there's not a lot of kill 10 thingies quests in Final Fantasy XIV. So they haven't needed to invent 300 versions of Wolf. I think that one is patrolling at me, so I'll just intercept it and shoot it first. Young Elder Black Grey Wolf. When they need so many different versions of Wolf that they both have Young Greater Wolf, Regular Greater Wolf, and Elder Greater Wolf, and Alpha Greater Wolf. Look at the time. Oh wow. There's also, like, speaking of naming things in languages, Danish naming of things, of animals, is also just absolutely insane. Like, does anyone know the Danish word for lizard? Does anyone want to take a guess? Just what the words for it mean. It's fine enough. You don't have to guess the actual word. Hey Marcus, hope you're doing well. Take it isn't small dragon. Ah, that would be hilarious. Like all this time. Parent says, is it Fearbane? That is correct. It is Fearbane. Does anyone want to guess what that means? Blue apple, small snake, legged snake. You know, legged snake is actually a really good suggestion. And I'll say, yep, correct, Girain. Lizards in Danish are named 4 legs. Like, the question here, I feel, is why are they the ones called 4 legs? Like, why isn't the dog named 4 legs? Like, what? Like, do we have a creature called a 2 leg? I don't believe so, but why the lizard? When we say English is weird, I'm saying that every language, like both languages, are weird. Wanna take a guess at what Polish and generally Slavic word for bear means? I'm going to guess a fluffy creature. Exactly, Aridel. It's like, if you don't know that that's the word for lizard in Danish, you're like, 4 legs. What do you think? Which one do you mean? Hey, what's up, guys? Hope you're doing well. It's a party house. Well, this is awkward. It means one eating honey. That's pretty funny. What's that creature? I don't know. It means it eats honey. Small dragon power nap. Yeah. And we also have other ones. Like sloth. We actually have a lot of animals that have really, really ridiculous names when you think about it. I will say I'm pretty sure that the English word for sloth, which is sloth, obviously, kinda has the same problem. That sloth as like basically means lazy, right? Being like you can basically be a sloth, and it is used in sentences sometimes like that. In Danish, a sloth is named Dawntrail, which means lazy animal. I know, we're incredible at naming things. Hey Vigo, hope you're doing well. It's like that in German too. Well, there you go. Someone who is slothly? Yeah, exactly. Like, wow. Amazing. We also have the platypus. Platypus is apparently, considering how many animals have like a beak or a bill, it is named. What's the difference between a beak and a bill? In English, we call ananas pineapples. Yeah, we call them ananas. A shape? I would guess, in that case, that we actually call a platypus a bill animal. Which is absolutely absurd, considering how many birds have a bill. And there are so many other more interesting aspects of the platypus that it's absolutely absurd that that was the one that it got credited for. Like, thanks? What about the rest of me? Ornithoryncu. Thorync. I don't know how to pronounce that even. It's called bill animal in Swedish too. Ta-da! Right, thank you, Rillian. I was thinking that. Like, what I was thinking was like, well, I'm guessing a duck has a bill. So that would be it. Also, hey, Drama Gaming. Hope you're doing well. So many sleepy boys on these floors. What an interesting situation. The whole floor is filled with these extremely angry boys that berserk at you and the owls that make you sleepy. Bill animal. They sent a bill animal to if you don't pay your bills. It doesn't really do anything. It just appears. Like, hey, you know what you've done. I don't even have to say anything. I'm the bill animal. You know what it means. You're like, I think we have the wrong kind of bill at hand here. Something's weird. Like the shoe bill at my window, yeah. I heard that if you put a hat on on a bill animal, they make great secret agents. Yeah. A platypus? Perry the platypus? You're getting a new deep dungeon in Dawntrail, right? I believe so. An IRS agent platypus? Oh yeah, now I see it. I see it. I was looking at it like this. I was like, eyes, mouth, arm, weird twigs, feet. Here it looks like a frog. Perry the IRS animal? Bill animal's actually named after an infamous debt collector named Bill. Common misconception. Ah, indeed. Thank you, Sepcast. We're all enlightened. Oh. Amazing. The crystal just photobombing my camera just like that. What kind of bugs, Yannick? But we already have that. What's this? What? Where treasure? The mob called Fitter. It casts a huge AoE out of combat, long cast time. Oh, that sounds really annoying. What's the bug? Does it hit through walls? We've used Pommand of Lethargy. It can become what? That is strange. How? How even? Like, how does that happen? Is it Heaven on High that has the first 40 floors deal more damage than the remaining 60? I think it's the first... I think that it was Eureka Authors, and I think it was the first 40 floors being harder than the following 20, or something like that. Or is it actually the 41st that deal more damage than the remaining 60? Is it all the remaining 60? It was about mob HP. Right. I think what Yannick said was that the first 40 floors, mobs have more HP than the floors from 41 to 60? Was that it? In Eureka Authors? See, in French, the initial name for foxes was Goupil, but there was a novel about a fox that became so popular that we named all foxes after the character from then on. Renard, which became Renard. Huh. That is an interesting way to decide to name things. Yeah, everyone liked that name. Let's just use that. I feel like some things sometimes in Japanese sound like that. Like where like something is just named after. Well, there was this game where they used it, like where people used that acronym. Let's just use that as the actual word. We've also done that in other languages. Apparently, level up is a case of what we sometimes refer to as English. I mean, you really think about it, you probably see what I mean. Why? Like, how does it make sense to say level up? Level up. Attack up. Defense up. Power up. Coming. I want to join you right here. In fear itself. I'm coming. I'm here. Let's do it. Wham! Kaboom! Splat. Coming over. As is tradition, after four explodey boys, we face fear itself. That's how it works. That's how it's always worked. Ow. Ow. Splat. Exactly, Girahin. That is exactly how that happens, is that it just makes sense. In a way, it also just generally makes sense with other things, in that damage down? Yeah, obviously that makes sense. It makes you do less damage, right? Right? Makes perfect sense. But it doesn't really make sense when you think about it. An interesting thing about deep dungeons as well. I demonstrated this in one of my Mythbuster videos. This was actually off the back of a suggestion from a friend who's done a lot of deep dungeons. That some of you may know that a relatively common piece of advice in Final Fantasy XIV is that if you're using a stun to interrupt a cast, or rather, if you're using an interrupt to interrupt a cast, then you should interrupt as late in the cast as possible. You may even have heard that advice from me, but that predates this particular video. The logic behind this is obviously also party room. Obviously, if you stop the enemy from casting, surely it'll go back to auto-attacking or whatever else it was going to do quicker than if you wait until it has finished, until just barely before it finishes casting. Like, that makes sense, right? But it turns out that the way mobs are basically programmed, it seems like, is that if you interrupt them, they will not actually resume auto-attacking until basically after the cast you interrupted would have finished, even if you interrupt them early. However, and this is particularly significant in deep dungeons, which is how this person came across this knowledge in the first place. If an enemy has multiple things it can do other than auto-attacking, then if you interrupt it early, it'll just do those things early. Like, it'll just fill the gaps with a different thing. It might not start auto-attacking again early, but it will start doing things early. So if you interrupt something that has a specific list of things it can cast, it might just cast a different thing weirdly out of order if you interrupt it early. But in what you would probably consider casual content, like a dungeon or whatnot, basically anything that can be interrupted is designed in such a way that it'll just sit there, dumbfounded, that you had the audacity to interrupt it, if you interrupt it. Welcome back, Brontom. We're talking about interrupting. And the way that I tested this was, and I do that in that Mythbuster video, but the way that you test it, at least in my case, was that I brought Blue Mage, which has an infinitely spammable interrupt, which, makes it a lot easier to repeatedly test, into, what's it called? The dungeon in Aziz La, but the hard version. Because very early in the dungeon, there's a pole with 2 chimeras that have interruptible Ram's voice and Dragon's voice. Fractal Continuum, thank you. And you can just test it on them. It's particularly visible because the cast time isn't super short, so you can really tell the difference between if you interrupted it or not. An interesting detail to this, which also matters, which I'm pretty sure I also addressed in that video, is it doesn't work like that if you stun something. If you stun them, they'll basically move their auto attack to the front of the queue. It's a lot less clear that that's the case, because most stuns are so long that the swing timer would obviously be ready. But as far as I can see, when mobs are casting, just in general, just like player characters, their auto attack, their swing timer pauses. So if you stun them, their swing timer resumes, obviously, because they're no longer casting. But if you interrupt them, I'm not sure if it's their swing timer that just hangs, or if it's just that they're programmed to stop auto-attacking while they're casting, and then they reinitiate auto-attacking after the cast, the cast window is finished. I'm not sure, but it's really weird. But if it sounds a little technical, the simple short version is, if you interrupt an enemy early, they will not auto-attack until the time that they would have spent casting has passed. But they'll do everything else as if they finished early. But if you stun something, they will actually resume attacking once the stun ends. Which is part of the reason why it's actually better to interrupt something if you have the capacity to interrupt it, rather than stun it. Because interrupting correctly is effectively turns interrupt into a pseudo stun. Because the enemy stops auto attacking, right? Whereas just stunning it, like, okay, now you used your stun. You could have had an extra one by interrupting them first. There's a lot of silver chests on this floor, what? Thank you, Yannick. You, a strength. Is a concept of stagger kiting? Yeah, I do know about this. I'm just not that, like, well versed in it. That's why I usually kite by simply running away. But I do recognize that enemies stop completely when they're in range to attack, and then they'll just smack you. So if you could do it extremely well, you can sometimes completely stop them from attacking. Sometimes you can also, mostly in older content, you can stop a mob from auto-attacking you completely if you can spin perfectly around them. Because they have to at least partly face you to be able to attack you. Yep, spin them right round, baby, right round. That's a strat of no Jobstone 180 runs? Yeah, that sounds about right. That's also something that's just generally funny, is that if a mob has queued up an action, they will... Like, if they've successfully initiated it, they will typically stop at nothing to deliver it. Which means that if, like, our boss starts casting a Tank Buster, and the Tank Buster is a melee attack, and then you run away, then they'll chase you across the arena to deliver said Tank Buster before they do the next mechanic. Which means in some older duties, running away can slow down the next mechanic. Because they can't start the next mechanic before they've delivered the punch. Which... I imagine is either the reason or... Oh, a steal. Perfect. Either the reason, sorry, or part of the reason for why most more recent bosses either have ranged tank busters or a gap closer attached to their tank buster, so that you can't do that. Sometimes they also just have ludicrously long, like, swings. Like, they just tank buster you from across the room. Which is, of course, is a ranged tank buster, right? But it is funny that you used to be able to abuse that more. And then people did, and then the developers were like, wait a minute. That was not smart. I should have not opened that. Just infinitely kiting there. Yeah, exactly. I wonder how long you would be able to keep him running. Like, what if you had 4 tanks? And just, like... I don't know, actually, if he's already casted, would you be able to, like, provoke to make him chase the next person? Would that be possible? I don't think it would be. But it would be really funny if you could. Did you win, Krampus? Yannick, is the clip on YouTube? Alvarez is asking. Let me live! Take this! Oh, Ardell already sent one. They're both pointing to the same server. We just we've actually gotten enough Discord of those server boosts that we have a fancy fixed custom link now. Reliably. We actually had it for a while, but I wasn't sure it was gonna stick, but it looks like it's gonna stick now. By which I mean I've specifically said that we probably shouldn't use it because who knows if it'll work next week. But it does look like it will work next week now. And before it doesn't. I knew I shouldn't have done it. The main reason why I did it anyway was because I was confident that I could do this if it turned out to be a mimic. But that's really annoying. Probably wouldn't have done that in a regular room, but when we have the donut room and both steel and strength, then you can probably defeat a mimic without any weapon skills. It'll just take a really long time. Speaking of which, yeah, that's also an advantage in doing something like Palace of the Dead with a mage, is that if you step in one of these silencing traps, you can just use an echo drop. But if you're a physical job, you're just sad. Because there is no pacification medicine. It's just, well, guess you're pacified now. Get memed on. Which makes sense. I'm pretty sure that echo drops are from A Realm Reborn. I think we've talked about this before, but basically, I didn't actually mean to pull you. Can you go back? Can we just act like I didn't pull you real quick? My interrupt is not ready. I call shenanigans. I call shenanigans. Splat. But if there was a pacification removal medicine, like Echo Drops remove silence in A Realm Reborn, or Heavensward, whatever will you do with 3 cures to the one thing you got the perfect counter to? Yeah. Oh man, I guess I'll use a cure then. Alright, right here. And the reason why we it wouldn't make any sense to have a pacification medicine is because in A Realm Reborn and Heavensward specifically, warriors Berserk, as some of you may know, some of you may not, worked a little differently. Back then, it instead of doing what it does now, it said for 20 seconds your attack power, which, you know, basically your damage stat, is increased by 50% for 20 seconds. I think it had like a 90-second cooldown, might have been 2 minutes, I'm not sure. But when it ended, you got pacified for 5 seconds. Which meant you either just had to stand there for 5 seconds, or cry for a healer to use a Shuna on you, or by Heavensward, you could also alternatively cry for a bard to use Warden's Paean on you, which was different depending on when in Heavensward, because Warden's Paean was actually reworked in Heavensward, like in the middle of it. Initially, Warden's Paean had no cooldown, but it had a 3-second cast time. And it only, if I remember correctly, it only blocked a removable debuff. As in, if someone was already afflicted, then you couldn't do anything. It was just too little too late. But because it didn't have a cooldown, you could technically give everyone a cast of it before pull. It was just that because it took you like 24 seconds to do that, the first one you applied it to would probably not have very much time with that protection. But the one player in your team that would be like, hey, gimme Warden's Paean, would be the warrior, because they're going to use Berserk in their opener, and they would really like that pacification to not exist. And then when they reworked Warden's Paean, it was changed to do what it does now. Which is on a cooldown, as an OGCD, you can remove a debuff that is removable on someone else, or intercept the next debuff that gets applied to them in the next 30 seconds. Which again means that the warriors were like, hey, can Warden's Paean this way, please? Give it here. It's not your cooldown, it's mine. I need it for my Berserk. And then in Stormblood, they reworked Berserk. Thank you, Aradel. Nashak, hope you're doing well. And just for those that didn't play in Stormblood, or Shadowbringers for that matter, Berserk and Inner Release had a little bit of an evolution as well. In Stormblood, Berserk was changed to, I believe it was all of your attacks automatically critical direct hits for the next 10 seconds. I think it was 10. Pretty sure it was 10. And Inner Release just said, and also all of your actions that cost Beast Gauge don't cost Beast Gauge. Which sounds a little weird, I suppose, since nowadays it's just Fell, Cleave, and Decimate. But in Stormblood and Shadowbringers, Upheaval cost 20 Beast Gauge. And Onslaught cost 20 Beast Gauge. And Onslaught just had a 10-second cooldown, but it cost Beast Gauge and was a DPS loss to use. So, Upheaval, on the other hand, was a 30-second cooldown, but just like it is now, but it was just like a fixed tax on your Beast Gauge generation all the time. Because you wanted to use Upheaval on cooldown, of course you did. And then, that of course means that when you used Inner Release, you would use Upheaval and Onslaught during it, because they were free, and would auto-direct crit. And that also meant that Onslaught was used for that primarily. Because it was a DPS loss to do it any other way. Unless you had to run a really long distance. That used to be a thing. Also for Samurai, like, their gap closer used to... Whoops, that's not good. Fun! We love luring traps, right? Yeah, then in Endwalker, they changed... By the way, in Shadowbringers, at least, Inner Release and Berserk had a cooldown of 90 seconds. Then Endwalker came out, and they changed it to 60 seconds, and then changed it to your next 3 GCDs. And then they also removed the cost from Upheaval and Onslaught, and made them the way they are now. And then in Endwalker, at some point, I'm not sure when, they changed Inner Release to be like, only your next 3 Fell Cleaves or Decimates. Which for like, I think like 99% of situations is just like, okay, that's what I wanted to do anyway. Like, I don't think there's a lot of situations where I would be like, oh man, I can't use my Inner Release stacks on Tomahawk. Oh man, that's what I wanted to do. But there are probably like some really, really, really niche situations where maybe you would. Ah! Yeah, exactly, Nox. That maximum enmity gain. Yum. Huge value. I mean, as you say, like in some of my solo challenge stuff, I could see the value in it, because like sometimes you might be in a situation where you might not feel safe approaching a boss for an extended, or like a pack of mobs even, for an extended period of time. So if you could just, you know, tomahawk something, then like Inner Release didn't just sit there doing nothing. Wasn't Warrior like barely a tank until Stormblood? No. Like initially, when A Realm Reborn was released, Homgang didn't actually prevent you from dying. Its only effect was that it snared yourself to the floor, pulled the enemy you were targeting to you, and snared them to the floor also. That was its entire effect. Then shortly after, they made the effect that it, like, where it also makes it so that you can't die. Vengeance was also released with only the counterattack effect that it has. As in, it didn't reduce damage taken, it just made you counterattack. It also had the effect that, like, Warrior in A Realm Reborn, like, let me put it like this. Stormblood was when they implemented or made job gauges. Exactly, Nox. Which means that all jobs that have job gauges that interact with some core mechanic of a job that has existed since A Realm Reborn Well, before Stormblood, it didn't work like that, or it worked the same way or a similar way, but entirely through buffs. And the way Warriors gauge mechanic, you know, beast gauge, worked back then was that when you used certain actions, you generated a stack of a buff. And this buff increased some effect on you. I'm pretty sure the tank stance, you know, as opposed to the damage stance, which were implemented in Heaven, for Warrior was implemented in Heavensward. I'm pretty sure the tank stance increased healing received or something weird like that, which of course makes sense. But you could only use your beast gauge spenders when you had 5 stacks of this effect, and it capped at 5 stacks. So it was like you spent this whole buff to get like one thing. Not to say like Inner Beast and Steel Cyclone were kind of nice back then. But it certainly made it an actual choice, like an actual decision to be made, whether you wanted to spend or it was better to hold for a bit, I suppose. But Vengeance gave you a stack of this effect. Infuriate just maxed out your stacks, just gave you 5 immediately, but Vengeance gave you 1. And then shortly after they added 30% damage reduction to your Vengeance. And I like, the timeline is a little difficult to determine because sometimes the patch notes like that have been written down on various sites don't quite get accurate enough, so it can be a little confusing. I'm not entirely sure when, but I'm pretty sure there was a time in A Realm Reborn 2 Heavensward where one of Warrior's combo finishers straight up just reduced the damage done of their enemy by 10%. For enough time that you could maintain it permanently, while still doing like other combo shenanigans. I'm pretty sure it does, Nox. I've certainly not heard a bug fix about it. So if it is a bug. It's not a bug. Well, the thing is, let me put it like this, Nox. If it is a bug, then we would assume that it would eventually get fixed, right? But if it is not a bug, then we'd have to assume it's still there, right? That's why I'm saying I don't know if it's considered a bug. Because if it is considered a bug, then surely they know it's there. And if they know it's there, they know it isn't fixed until it's fixed. I think Nox was talking about the player version, Yannick. Oh boy. I'm just gonna use a rage. Better not use all of a single solution to a problem. But yeah, Warrior was weird, like, over the years. It's like a particularly interesting aspect of Warrior, I would say, is that in Stormblood, Warrior was the only tank that could... Oh man, good thing that I used the rage, huh? Let's just sweep up all the luring traps on this floor. But Warrior in Stormblood, At least in Stormblood. I'm guessing it was also kind of the case in Heavensward, but like I got into the game in Stormblood, so that's why I know context of Stormblood. And I've talked about this a few times, is that Warrior was the only tank that it didn't cost a GCD ever to switch between their stances. The interesting thing about that is that, like, in 4.0, you know, release version of Stormblood, you lost, I can't remember if it was half or all of your beast gauge if you switched mode. So, like, that was meant to be the, like, the punishment or cost for switching in combat. Or in general, even. But if memory serves, they removed that interaction either in 4.05 or 4.1. The interesting thing is, for me, is that all I remember is that it was a thing at one point. And then, like, it left you with, like, 8 rage, I think. I'm pretty sure it didn't leave you with, like, a specific amount. But, I mean, 8 rage is as good as nothing. Under most circumstances. You can't use 8 rage for anything. And you can't generate less than 10. So 8 would be as good as nothing. But the reason why that thing, that Warrior could essentially switch stance for free, mattered at all, is exactly because Dark Knight and Paladin couldn't. Like, that's the only reason it matters, is because relative to the other tanks available at the time, that was a unique property. And the way that the Paladin and Dark Knight dealt with it was that Paladin had to use a full GCD to switch between Sword Oath and Shield Oath. So optimally, you'd rather have the Paladin just stay in whatever oath they started in. Or if for whatever reason they wanted to switch, preferably switch at a time where there's no attackable target, right? So that it was effectively free, but I can't see why they would want to do that. Like, it seems rather specific. And Dark Knights, because their tank stance, or rather because their damage stance was basically just not tank stance. Like, they had grit, but they didn't have a damage stance. Their damage stance was just not using grit, because grit reduced the damage you did by like 20%. So you could just right-click off your tank stance, which was free, but it cost... Not only did it cost a GCD, but I'm pretty sure it cost MP to switch into your tank stance as a Dark Knight. So you really didn't want to, like, switch back and forth. Not that you wanted to switch back and forth as any tank, really. It was just that Warrior had easier freedoms to do that. Like, I think I have, and others also have talked about the idea of how, like, the thing is, whenever people talk about how much fun it was that tanks had different modes they could switch between, is that apparently it wasn't all sunshine and rainbows. It was a lot less interesting of a choice than it sounds like. Which probably doesn't come as a big surprise when you think about it. It's like, I mean, tank stance makes you do less damage. Is there any way to make it so that you can do the fight without using tank stance? If the answer is yes, then you're not using the tank stance because it makes you do less damage. Makes sense. Like, it makes sense. And the way people found was that a tank could use one of their enmity combos, which was a thing, basically a 1-2-3 combo that did extra enmity on the step 2 and the step 3, in their tank stance. And then after they had finished the 1-2-3 combo, they'd switch to their damage stance. I actually didn't even look. I thought it was the exit that had opened. Not the, this one, the can of return. I thought it was the exit. Whoops. It didn't even look. But that meant that optimally you'd have a warrior use their butcher's block combo 1, 2, 3, switch to from defiance to deliverance, and now they did more damage for the rest of the fight. And they could use fail cleave. If it was a Dark Knight, they'd use their power slash combo, maybe even with Dark Arts to boost it even further, and then just turn off grit. Paladins, I believe, preferred having the other tank do it. Because the other tank, unless you had 2 paladins, like, the other tank could do it quote-unquote for free, whereas paladin couldn't. That is, of course, just to clarify, because sometimes we get a little caught up in the optimization of things. This thing was pulling exactly like that was only really a thing in, like, you know, things like Savage Raids, optimal groups. Because tanking and damage stance required that everyone else managed their enmity and stayed below the tank. Which I think I've actually said this like a million times, even on stream. But that apparently once you got to the, like, once you started optimizing, enmity wasn't a tank issue. It was a DPS issue. Which is pretty funny when you think about it, right? That tanks just started by having enough enmity, and then for the rest of the fight, if you were optimizing, it was actually the problem of, are you serious, man? Oh man, this is getting spicy. Whew. That's the second time we've had double luring in just this set of 10. Excuse me, I'm grabbing this. It could be a raging. It's not. Well. You dropped a whole bag of cayenne pepper in your sauce. Wait, what? Where? I'm just gonna leave this floor. Ham says, and wonder if it's more DPS or tanks crying because of the removal of enmity management. My point of view on that is I believe that the players saying that they are sad that enmity management is no longer really a thing is probably a combination of players that might actually have been like hardcore raiders or something. Because for them, you know, it was just a thing to manage. It made fights a little interesting, I suppose. But it was almost certainly also more casual players that actually had the opportunity to play around with it. Right? Like, arguably, in a more casual setting, You could say, well, you don't get to play with it because if your group isn't managing their enmity, then you can't use your... Like, you can't use your damage stance because you'll fall behind on enmity. But on the other hand, you might be able to build enough of a lead that you can mess around with it for a bit in the damage stance. Like, there is some things you could do. And pushing it to the, like, utmost limit, you could say, well, it's not really optimal to switch around like that. No. But, you know, you don't have to be optimal. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of players had fun with it and are sad that it's gone as a result. Even if it wasn't optimal. And also that, Cat, that it is a shame that those options are gone. And I've talked about that myself, that a lot of jobs nowadays feel like they're designed as raiding machines. Which makes them feel a little awkward when you're not raiding. And that is a thing that feels like it has like come about over the years. Hey Stanislav, hope you're doing well. Kinda, yeah. But if I don't get it, that's okay. But it does have this effect of like basically as it always is that there was probably a lot of players in the middle that found it really annoying that they had to manage enmity, and a lot of players also in the middle that didn't really understand enmity, that just felt like the game was really strange and inconsistent sometimes. Cat says, like, if you're doing old extreme farms with 3 DPS, having enmity management tools would be really nice, but 14 is currently only designed around raiding. Yeah, exactly. Like, that is actually a really good example, is that before Shadowbringers, all jobs, no exception aside from tanks, of course, but all non-tank jobs had the ability to, if nothing else, cut their enmity in half. Usually, there were some cases where they only had the ability to, like, cut the enmity they were generating in half for a bit. Some actually could just delete enmity. Like, Dragoon could just use elusive jump, boom, half of their enmity gone. So you would actually be able to... You would essentially be able to perform a tank switch with DPS by just cutting your enmity in half when you needed to tank switch and just, you know, manage your damage carefully. Can't do that anymore. It has to be a tank, and, you know, if tanks get too far ahead, they can't really do anything for the DPS. The DPS don't have any control over that. Marcus says, considering you're doing Uwu, must feel different to do the switching enmity priority compared to when it was on content. I imagine that some of the biggest reasons why content from before Shadowbringers just, at large and in general feels like there's a massive step down in difficulty from Shadowbringers to before Shadowbringers in a lot of ways, is because the content from before Shadowbringers were heavily balanced around the fact that, well, it was actually really hard to make sure you didn't over-aggro the tank. And sometimes the tank just wouldn't be able to give it full blast because they had to be in the tank stance. And things like that, which of course makes it difficult to balance. A mass havoc strike in Stormblood? Yeah, I can say for myself that my experience with enmity management back in Stormblood, which I experienced so much of, like some amount of, was if I was the tank, I didn't really mind just staying in tank stance all the time. But I was dabbling in seeing if I could be in damage stance every now and then. As a damage dealer in content back then, or a healer for that matter, it was a lot scarier. Like, if you've ever met I mean, Yannick, I don't think I've complained about backseating before. But I think I just forget. Every time I forget that you can use resolution for that boss. I believe on the last run, you mentioned it, and that was the reason why I did it. Yeah, my experience, speaking of the enmity thing, was if you've ever met any player that is basically almost like they're traumatized by the suggestion of a healer putting regen on the tank while the tank is still pulling, let's just say that tanks in Stormblood, especially warriors and dark knights, I would say, when they pulled mobs, like as they pulled, they usually didn't generate very much enmity on the mobs that they pulled. Like, just consider... Can I actually switch here? I can. Just consider that in Stormblood, as far as I know, Unleash was 50. But had increased enmity on it. How much? Who knows? But, like, Grit plus Unleash would have been, like, because Grit also reduced your damage output by 20%, but also increased, like, your enmity generation by ×3. Unleash would have been, like, if the increased enmity was double, just double from Unleash itself, would have been equal to, like, 240 potency worth of enmity. Whereas now, Unleash is 2,400. Like, it's actually like ×10 of that. Medica 2 was the bigger deal, yeah. But let's just say that you put regen on the tank, regen heals for like 1,200 potency. The tank has only used Unleash on the mobs it passed. There's like 3 mobs. The healer's now in combat with those 3 mobs, meaning that, well, the tank is also, meaning that the application of regen and the healing of regen is I believe divided by 2 and then split evenly between those 3 mobs. But that's still 400 potency. No, it's 200. Divided by 3 and then divided by 2 also. So 200 potency. So that means that if the healer had a better weapon or better gear in general than the tank, there's actually a real possibility that the healer would just gain aggro. And if they then also used Medica 2, then there was no chance. No chance that the tank was going to hold aggro. So yeah, in general, in Stormblood days, it was actually dangerous to have those healers that you sometimes see that just spam heals like crazy. Especially AoE heals, because they generate a ludicrous amount of enmity for a non-tank if you spam them. Why did they never make an easier version of coils and put it in roulettes and leave the current ones as savage coils? I think it's just because the kinds of content that the coils are is so different from most of the other content in the game that it would feel really weird to have suddenly added. But I do agree, Valvadis, it's weird that they haven't. But yeah, nowadays, with the enmity generation from healing over time effects being 0, the only way that you can pull aggro off the tank by putting regen on them is that applying a buff to someone. I've shown this multiple times on stream as well. Applying a buff to someone or yourself generates enmity. Master says, I think I've had one DPS rip aggro off me during a pull and they admitted they were mindlessly single targeting. At the very start of Dawntrail, it was a generally common problem that Pictomancers would steal aggro on like one mob. Mainly because they would cast this. And just look at this for a second, right? Like I just talked about, Unleash does like 2,400 potency worth of enmity in an AoE. Just like that. It was 1,200, but then they added the increased enmity to it, so initially it was 1,200. You see already how that is a problem, right? Because Pommuse does 1,100 just out the box. And then you remember that Pictomancers have this, so 1,100 is actually 1,430. So Pommuse does more enmity on a single target than Unleash did, or Overpower did, or Total Eclipse did, or Demon Slice did. So if the tank didn't do more than one thing, then the Pommuse on its own could grab aggro if the Pictomancer was as strong or stronger than the tank. So then they doubled the enmity on like AoE combo starters. And finishers? Can't remember. Oh yeah, also finishers. Like, I'm just saying, on my end, sometimes I would have someone grab aggro over me as a tank, but you know, I would just use Provoke on that mob. Like, I have taught in my guides how to aggro mobs in a way where it's relatively safe for the DPS to go, because Pictomancer isn't new on this. In Endwalker, summoners would sometimes just go, well, I don't have any instant casts unless I summon Bahamut. Let it rip, and then they just use Enkindle and Death Flare immediately, and surprise, surprise, now they have aggro on something. It's just because Pictomancer was more likely to do it. Does a shield count as a buff for that? Let me put it like this, Delane. Anything that applies a buff generates buff enmity. As far as I know, barriers also generate healing enmity. Heal over time effects specifically were at some point in Endwalker reworked, essentially, to generate 0 enmity from the healing they do. This also applies to Embrace from Scholar's Pet and Cardia from Sages. Those separately were made to generate 0 enmity. Basically, healing over time generates 0 enmity, but everything else generates enmity. Yeah, also that hand, like you see it, like you see a DPS go, oh well, I'm capped on resources, I guess I'll just blast this so I don't waste it, and then they get aggro. It was just that because of the way Pictomancer want to go, they really, really want to have already used Pommuse before they use Starry Muse. Because then they can also use Morgue of the Ages for their burst, so it just meant that the initial pull, they were extremely likely to use Pommuse Swiftcast Winged Motif. And Pommuse hits like a freight train relative to what other people would use while you're still pulling. Subcasters, I'm guessing the only healer skills that wouldn't generate enmity would be like Celestial Intersection or Heimer. Heimer generates enmity. And Celestial Intersection also generates enmity. Because first, it generates enmity because it heals for 200 cure potency. It's not heal over time. And it generates enmity for the barrier. And it generates enmity for the buff that is the barrier. Heimer generates enmity for the buff it applies. It actually applies 2 buffs, come to think of it. So double on that. Buff enmity is extremely small, by the way. And each barrier, I'm pretty sure, should generate separate enmity each time it's applied. But the funniest thing, and I actually have that, I'm pretty sure, in my video coming out tomorrow, is that a ninja in combat with something doing this generates enmity. I'm also pretty sure this generates enmity. Not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that also generates enmity. But this generates enmity. And the tank doing this also generates enmity. And the enmity generated by this is actually amplified by the tank stance itself. Isn't that weird? It's like an attack that gives you a damage buff, benefiting from the damage buff itself. It generates so little that it doesn't really work. It's pretty handy if like, let's say you pull a pack and you miss one of the mobs. The healer puts something on you or attacks something, like it does something, so now it's in combat with that too. You're in combat with it, but you missed it, so the healer gets the aggro. Because they're probably in combat with it just because they put regen on you or something. You can just pull it by doing this. Just turn on, turn back on. Because that'll generate more enmity than the buff enmity of regen, because Defiance is a buff and it's times 10 because enmity is increased. Do you know if tank stance makes you more visible? Feels like it does, but I really can't tell. What do you mean by visible? Like, enemies will aggro you from further away? No. It does not. Anytime I get bunny, I max out enmity towards myself. Yeah, that sounds about right. Do we know how much aggro tank stance Clemency generates, if any? Clemency is a healing spell. Broadly speaking, healing, in general, all healing, but only upfront healing, as I said, healing over time effects, like the healing from healing over time effects, does not generate any healing. Which means, just for example, a Medica 3 generates enmity for the initial healing, the 250 cure potency, and it generates enmity for applying regen to each player. But the healing from that regen generates 0, right? Clemency is full upfront healing. Which means that if you cast it on yourself, it's 1000 cure potency. If you cast it on someone else, it's a combined 1500 cure potency. A notable detail that I discovered in a Mythbuster video from a little while ago is that, so as a lot of you know, tanks just do 20% less damage. Like, they just have a hidden ability somewhere, some hidden trait that says you do 20% less damage. You can actually, like, I have demonstrated this multiple times, and it is still true. Tanks flat out just do 20% less damage. Just like how mages have visible traits saying they do 30% more damage, like Maim and Mend. Tanks just don't have it visible anywhere, they just do less damage. But it turns out that this doesn't seem to apply to healing. So, where I would say Fast Blade isn't 220 potency. You actually have to subtract 20% of it if you were to compare it to, say, Hakase, right? Clemency is actually 1000 cure potency. Now, cure potency not being the same as damage potency, they don't scale equally well, is a completely separate story, which is also covered in that Mythbuster video. But this means that Clemency will start by healing for 1500 cure potency in total if you heal someone else with it. You multiply that by 10 if you have your Iron Will active, so that's 15,000 cure potency worth of enmity, but cure potency is usually divided by 2. I say usually because, as far as I know, all healers have various even smaller enmity multipliers on their big AoE heals and stuff. So things like Medicare 3, I'm actually pretty sure it only generates 35% enmity instead of 50%. But if we assume this is just flat 50%, then it means that you have 7,500 cure potency enmity. But the way healing enmity works is that you take that number, so 7,500, then you count the number of enemies. So let's say you're just fighting a boss, then all of the enmity goes to him, or her, or it. If you're fighting like an AoE pool with like 6 enemies, or let's say 5, that's easier in the math, then you take those 7,500 and divide evenly between all 5 mobs, which means 1,500 cure potency enmity per target. Which, if I remember correctly, is like, cure potency is like a 6th or something like that? Weaker than damage potency? Can't remember exactly, something like that. So relative to like any other job's attack, that would be closer to like, closer to 1,200 than 1,500. But it would be a way to do it. I can also say that I have actually pulled up stragglers that I've missed when doing a big AoE pull by using Equilibrium as a warrior. Because that also, like, the initial 1,200 cure potency does actually generate enmity, but the heal over time effect doesn't. As we just talked about. That doesn't count. Like, that doesn't actually generate anything. But the 1,200 does. You can't exactly pull by using the tank stance Brontome, but if you're in combat with something, it generates enmity to activate your tank stance. Turning it off doesn't, but you kind of have to turn it on before you can turn it on again. So just doing this repeatedly generates a relatively small amount of enmity. If I remember correctly, I had to use it like 5 times to overtake a glare cast from Aradel. If I remember correctly. Something like that. So it's not a lot. But it is a way. Back in Stormblood, I played Paladin a lot. And in Swallow's Compass, the final boss has, or at least had, I don't know if they've, I can't remember if they changed it, but it had an intermission where you had like 8 ads spawn at the edge of the arena. And the way I would usually pull them is that I would just run to the middle and cast Clemency on myself. Because you're in combat with all of them, you'll grab aggro on all of them. So it would work. Does Reaper still have the highest combo starter potency? Yes. 420 potency, nice. Let's check. 200 technically. 300. 420. 230. I mean, even if we're like, well, a samurai would open with Gecko or something, right? It would still be 420. Yes. Yeah, that's also a way to do it, Sally. I don't know if that was the only way people pulled. But yeah, because Tomahawk has always had its enmity multiplier. Unchained was an effect warriors had since A Realm Reborn. The way it worked was that at least at some point it cost your beast gauge or equivalent, but what it did was on a cooldown, it basically allowed you to be in your tank stance while not suffering from the damage loss of being in your tank stance. Like, it wasn't a you do 20% more damage, it was you don't do less damage because of having Defiance turned on. Which is a weird way to put it, but basically if the tank stance says you do 20% less damage, they could have made Unchained say you do 25% more damage. Or they could just say you don't do less damage from Defiance. Same end result. And also that visualization. White Wind, like, it is less significant now, I think, but in the earlier days of Blue Mage, it was absolutely a thing that tank Blue Mages would hold aggro primarily by using White Wind. But just for the record, while we're on the subject, Mighty Guard used to reduce your damage done by 70%. So you can probably see why that is. It didn't reduce your healing done. Yeah, it's also true. Ninja also had an action that could redirect enmity from them to someone else. But yeah, basically that's also what I kind of went with, Sally, earlier, that I explained when we were talking about how did enmity actually work. Is that in Stormblood, that's basically how it worked. Is that whatever tank you had would, like, basically lay a foundation, switch to damage stance, and then it was everyone else's problem. The closest you'd get to the tanks doing something more was they could do the provoke juggle, the provoke shirk juggle. The provoke shirk juggle is, of course, tank A provokes, I believe. And then, well, let's say tank A is currently tanking. Then tank B provokes, tank A shirks tank B. Now tank B has 25% more enmity than tank A originally had. Then tank A provokes, and then tank B shirks tank A. And now you have produced like 56 or so percent enmity, extra enmity, just out of thin air. Which allowed you to, like, build greater and greater steps ahead of everyone else as the fight progressed, but ultimately it was down to everyone else to also stay in line. Maybe I should draw it, that might make it easier to understand. Just if anyone didn't get it. So you have tank A, and then you have a... Let's see... The angry boss is targeting A, so that means that tank A, of course, has 100% enmity, right? Then tank B uses provoke, which means that tank B now has 100%. Then tank A uses shirk, which means that tank B now has 125%. Then tank A uses provoke, which means that now tank A has 125%. Just for the record, I believe it was in Shadowbringers that provoke was reworked or changed to actually generate enmity itself separately. If I remember correctly, before this, provoke just generated, like, put you at max and then +1. I can't remember if it was Stormblood or Shadowbringers it was changed, but there was a time where provoke didn't generate anything. Then you're at this point, then B uses shirk, which, you know, you have 125%, you take 25% of that. And that's equal to 31.25%. Then you add that, so you get one. I actually nailed it. I said about 156%. You can still do this. But why would you? Right? Like, why would you? You can do this, but why would you? Like, it doesn't really do anything. I mean, you could do it, but it would just leave, like, the only characters that would care about this difference would be the tanks, but the tanks... You need to save all these paint rundowns and save them in a drop folder or something. Wait, why? I can just draw them again. The memes. Let's see. It's like you thought this was Stormblood. This is actually P4S. It's a vampire guy with glasses. Oh yeah, the thing is, Dawntrail, if that happens, so generally speaking, I think I may give advice on this in my, like, tank guides, just in general, but if you have a co-tank and you're not main tanking, or doesn't matter why, for whatever reason, you don't want to tank right now, then the things you can do is you can shirk the other tank when you get close to overtaking them, or you can just turn off your tank stance. If they have theirs on, then there is, like, they have to basically go to sleep for you to overtake them at that point. I guess so, Rillian. But yeah, like, two ways to do it is either turn off your tank stance or just shirk the other tank. Personally, I prefer to start a fight with my tank stance turned off if I'm the off tank, and then I'll just, like, tank stance it up when, like, a little bit of the fight has passed. So that the other tank has gotten, like, a lead. I usually do it after my burst is over. But it kind of depends on your co-tank as well. Like, part of the reason why I wait the full, like, most of the burst is exactly because, well, I have a really good weapon, so if I have, like, some rando in a casual duty, there's a probability that my weapon is better than theirs. So even if I give them significant time, that might not be enough. But yeah, Enmity is funny. It's a shame that it doesn't really matter. But let's just say... we might as well, like, just check that one off the bingo card as well, is that, like, in World of Warcraft, there was a point where they made Enmity irrelevant, right? Or threat in that game. And then, several expansions later, they introduced the Mythic Plus content, which had a modifier that sometimes a tank threat was just nerfed in those dungeons, to the point that instead of you doing basically times 10, there's a bingo card in the Discord server. I believe it's pinned in the memes room. But then you have a week with dungeons that are actually hard, where you need to pump the damage. Suddenly tanks are only doing like triple threat instead of times 10. Aerodel has also been posting the Discord links to the Discord server throughout the stream. But yeah. There's multiple bingo cards, that's true. But what happened in those weeks was that... so, it probably doesn't come as a surprise, as the typical way that these kind of dungeons were done was pull big as is safe, and then just destroy everything. And on the weeks where tanks didn't generate as much threat, DPS classes with bigger burst didn't want to do Mythic Plus, and a lot of tanks didn't want to do Mythic Plus. So you had a huge shortage of tanks because they couldn't be bothered to deal with that. So what I mean by this is that it could be interesting if they made it so that that enmity mattered again in Final Fantasy XIV. But I have a feeling that we would discover that while there's a lot of players that misses that it used to be a thing, I think I would guess that there's a much bigger silent crowd that will be kinda mad if it suddenly mattered. Because, and this is the thing that I don't think I managed to finish that thought earlier. In Stormblood, when I did duties, if I was a tank, I didn't really mind just always having the tank stance on. I played Paladin. Didn't really mind. But if I played a DPS or a healer, if you thought it was pretty obvious and kind of annoying when you had a bad tank in duties nowadays, it was a lot worse when it actually took effort to hold aggro. They couldn't, like, not only would they probably be bad at using defensives, but they would not hold aggro at all. I mean, that's sometimes a thing now as well, right? Like, it's not like, oh yeah, just because enmity is easy to do, all tanks know how to do it. Not always. But it was, like, even worse back then. And it's based off my off-tanks in M2S. Enmity management is still something people struggle with. See, that's the reason why, if I'm tanking hard content as the main tank, I will usually use Provoke within the first 2 GZDs or so. Specifically so that my co-tank, usually, it doesn't apply to everyone. I've noticed that Dark Knight's burst is amazingly huge, so not always safe with those, but usually my co-tank is safe to just have their tank stance on. It was a trifecta because you also needed to stand stance to do good damage. I mean, yes, but in casual content it didn't really matter, right? Like, that's the reason. But, how far did we get? Was it floor 141? we got to? 141. That is going to be interesting. Guess we'll reach the hard part next time. But the only reason why I mentioned that it could be a problem with Dark Knight is because I specifically, recently when we did an Everkeep farm, Emia was playing Dark Knight, and I noticed that their opener actually over-aggroed me for a couple seconds. And usually got like right up to the edge, even though I had pulled also making use of Provoke, right? Like I had also used Provoke. And the only reason why it was a mild issue was because they would be able to over-aggro me before Provoke was available again. So I couldn't just, you know, go, it's fine, I'll just Provoke. No, it was actually 5 seconds. There's a long period where the boss isn't really attacking anyone with their auto attacks in the opener. But it's more the principle of the matter. Oh right, we also got loot. A little bit of loot. We got a lot more pot shirts this time. It's pretty nice. Die. Die! Money, everyone! Ta-da! And... oh. Oh, I know, Silly. I actually asked Emir to be careful. Exactly because I noticed. But we figured it out. And it's also a classic. Emir usually tries to mess with me when we're doing duties together. Like, if you've seen me do a dungeon where I'm tanking, if Emir is in the group, then Emir is pulling. I'm not. I'll try. It's gonna be a tough battle just to be the one pulling, and I'm the tank. But the funny thing is that the problems, if the tank switched randomly due to enmity in a boss fight like that, the problem is that then the boss turns and then the melee DPS go, no, my positionals, and then they like Thanos snap, turn into dust, and then come back when the boss faces correctly again. A3 about. Hope you're doing well. Fair enough, Yureen. As far as I know, it's usually if they know that it's okay. And yeah, exactly, Perrin. It's specifically Dark Knight's opener burst is ridiculous. Sometimes you get a cleave on the whole group. Not in that specific boss context, I don't think. But yeah, it's just generally the thing that you'd prefer that the tank that is tanking is facing the boss north. Shag says Emia was pulling, didn't mean she was getting any heals outside of Kera. It reminds me of I think it's an old Y Mage like comic, where it's like the two healers are just casting like filler attacks, and then like you know, the main character Y Mage is like, they shouldn't be taking damage for the like they won't be taking damage for the next while, and then like use presence of mind and just start blasting, and then some of the DPS get hit by a mechanic. And then the other healer's like, oh no, I must heal them. And then like Y Mage grabs their shoulder like, they shouldn't be taking damage right now. And just continue casting stone. I'll say there are cases where that makes sense. Where like, this person has been taking so much damage that at some point I gotta like just let them figure it out. But most of the time I feel like it's just not worth it. Just heal them. If you're like in a group actively, I don't know, passing or something, trying to get the big logs, I could see the reason to go, nah, not helping you. Or if you're fighting a hard enrage, like a difficult DPS check, then I could also see it. But if it's just casual content... Also, hey Hody, hope you're doing well. You mean it's not optimal to spin bosses to avoid their attacks? If you're alone... If you're alone, there's no melee DPS in your group, or alternatively, if the boss does not have any attacks that strike based on the way they're facing, just in general. Because if they do, then it's dangerous to be arranged even. But if there's no melees, then there are no positionals you need to worry about. And if the boss doesn't cleave in front of it or anything, or behind it or whatever, then you can spin the boss as you please. It is quite nice sometimes when I do dungeons and it's like, oh, both of my DPS are ranged. Sweet. I'll just do whatever I want then. And yeah, exactly, Sally. That sometimes, as a healer, you might have another player that is taking so much damage that your choice is save them or have enough in case someone else dies. That's also the reason why it's like, it can be annoying when you have like one of those like vuln collectors, because while that tank is still alive at 6, it's not thanks to them. Reaper also semi-okay with the spinny boss? Yes, but they do have positionals that come up semi-frequently. But, yeah. But that is also a way you can sometimes, if you have some rando, or even better if it's a friend, you know that you just like that you're messing with each other. But if you have to deal with someone pulling for you, and you find it annoying, if you're friends with the healer or you are the healer, then a way you can scare them into stopping that is by not healing them more than they should need. Like Shaq going, I'll just use Karakoli and hope that's enough. Because then the enemies will, well, rather than that random player will probably go, oh, I will actually die if I keep doing this. But I don't recommend, like, deliberately clearly letting them die. That'll just lead to arguments. And as a tank, you will, like, you'll get there when you get there. But yeah, the difference is if you get a lot of Vuln stacks, that can happen because a fight is hard, right? Like that can happen. The difference is that there are some players that get bored and then they start deliberately getting hit just to do something. Those are the ones I'm talking about. Like, if you're actually getting hit because you're having trouble, that's a different story. It's not my fault that the DPS haven't practiced doing their rotation while running to stay behind the boss. Wow. Wow. Cody says, as a tank main, unless you're new, I feel it's inconsiderate to wall unless the healer specifically asks not to. I'm a little confused. Did you mean it's inconsiderate to not wall-to-wall, or what do you mean? The way I view it is, I would say pull as much as your group is capable of dealing with. If you're a new tank, of course, pull carefully until you feel confident pulling more, but recognize that the target is to pull more. Like, that's what we're aiming for, right? If you have like a pre-made or something, then you do whatever you want. But I have talked about this. I have a video about things like you pull your tank and all that. Just because the tank is the one tanking the mobs doesn't mean that they get full like the entire vote on how much is being pulled. I would say that that's like a group decision. Of course, if the tank says, I'm not confident pulling more than one pack, then I don't want to hear it from the DPS that, you can pull a lot. I want to hear it from the healer. Because if the tank is not confident, it's because they know that they might not be good enough to do it, or they think they're not good enough to do it. And whose problem is that? The healer's problem. So I want to hear from the healer that they're like, nah, it's fine, I can deal with it. I don't want to hear it from the DPS. They can't do very much if the tank is actually not good. Hey, hi King Mike. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, the way that I go about it is, if I'm the tank, I will pull big. If the healer asks me not to pull big... Which video, Kylan? Oh, nice. That is pretty interesting. Well, they're starting today. Oh, I'm glad that they decided to use my guide to get into it. Maybe they'll leave a comment. Sorry, I got off sidetracked there. If I'm the tank, I'll pull big if the healer specifically asks me not to before I start. Like, we're zoning in, the circle of safety is still there, and they're like, can we not pull big? I will say, how about we try pulling big anyway? See how it goes. I don't see very many healers that ask for small pulls. But I've yet to meet a healer that said no to that suggestion. But I would much rather do that than ask them if they would like me to pull small or big. I would rather just pull big than ask them if it is okay that I pull big. Because if I ask them and they say yes to me pulling big, then whose fault is it if we die? They said yes. So, is it me or them? But if I pull big, we wipe and I say sorry. or they say, can we pull small, and I say, let's pull big anyways, and we die, then it's me who's to blame. But if I ask them, can I pull big, they basically are like they're offered the, like they're basically threatened with being at fault because I put it in their court. They can just say no if they're not confident. But I'm confident. I don't need their permission to pull big. I want to pull big. If they don't want to pull big, I still want to pull big. If we fail, then we'll figure it out. But I want to pull big, so I'm not going to ask them for their opinion. And if it goes wrong, I will just say sorry and not pull big. It's that easy. In that case, Kylan, I hope it goes well for them. Remind the healer that they're optional. Smash cut. The duty you're in is Stone Vigil. I will also say, when I say I pull big, my definition of pulling big is usually a little smaller than others. In Mount Golg, I'll do the Giga pull. The first Giga pull I will attempt. If it goes bad, and by bad I mean either we wipe or we survive by a hair, I will not do the Giga pull after the second boss. But for instance, in Stone Vigil, I will pull at most 3 packs at a time. At most. I will pull the whole thing if I brought my own healer. Like, if I'm the tank and I brought a friend to heal for me, then we pull Mega. Or if the healer said to pull big. Otherwise, 3 packs is fine. And it's specifically, if you pull 2 packs, then it becomes 2, 1, 2. You can do 3 and 2, it's fine. If the tank asks if they can pull big, respond by asking if you can heal small. That's a weird counter request. Yeah, can I do my job? Yes. That is, suggesting to pull big anyway can feel rather encouraging. It's how I got into actually doing it as a healer way back in Heavensward. See, that is exactly it, is that if I have a healer that says, can you pull small? And I say, can I pull big anyways? The reason why I will want to pull big anyways is because there's probably a good reason why they don't want me to pull big. It's probably because they're either not very confident, have had bad experiences with this in the past, and that can be their fault or the tank's fault. I don't really care. Or they might just be afraid of the suggestion of pulling big. They don't feel they're ready. You know what the best time to see if you're ready to pull big is? Is when you have an actually good tank who isn't going to get mad at you when things go sideways. That is the best time to practice pulling big as a healer. If you wipe, the tank's taking the blame. If you beat it, the tank might just give you credit. So you win anyways. Like, either you don't get blamed, or you get credit for the victory. Like, like, basically, it's like those magic cards and Yu-Gi-Oh cards, I think, that say you can't lose the game, and also your opponent can't win the game, or something like that. I think the funniest one is, so back in Endwalker, I made videos about the hardest AoE pulls in the game. And one that I feel like people extremely exaggerate is Sastasha. Like, normal Sastasha is, I would say, a mega pull, like a wall-to-wall pull, that is extremely exaggerated its difficulty. The reason being that I actually did feature it in one of those videos because people said it so much, I believe. But my observation was that the gigapull you do from the start of the dungeon all the way to the first boss room is so long that if your DPS players are not black mages... Oh, thank you, Ardell. And they're not, like, casters that can't move and attack, essentially. If you have ranged physical or melee DPS, doesn't really matter as long as they can follow the pack and attack it, then by the time you reach the boss room, the mobs will be dead. Like, I specifically remember that I forgot to turn on my tank stance for that pull. And I didn't even notice because the mobs that was losing aggro on died shortly after. So, an important thing to keep in mind when evaluating whether an AoE pull is hard is like a bunch of things. I think I actually go over some of those properties in... Yeah, no tank stances of Sasha Toxic Mentor. You know what's even funnier, Deiruru? The video where I demonstrate the Giga pull in Stone Vigil, it was the second run. For the first Giga pull right at the start. That was the second attempt at it. Because I forgot to click record on the first one. Toxic content creator. Yes, that was very awkward for me to go, right, that was good job, guys. Funny question. Can we do that again from the top? I think that's the only time I've ever deliberately set out to record something and forgot to hit record. The main things that hurt in the Gigapulse and Stone Vigil is that the small dragons, the flyers, they use arrow, which means that they're basically fully ranged and there are 5 packs. Later in the dungeon, there are also ice sprites, and notably both the arrow casts and the blizzard casts do more damage, significantly more damage than auto attacks. And they're ranged. And this is actually like the main things that make a Gigapulse scary is how many mobs are there? Generally speaking, how strong are the mobs? Do those mobs have some sort of mechanic? Are they ranged? And finally, and this one is a little more rare, but how short is the corridor that you're pulling in? Right? Like, Sastasha has like, relative to Gigapulse, Sastasha actually has an insane amount of mobs in the first Gigapull. But it's a really, really long hallway. Like, if you actually, like, spell it out, look at how long you're running, you have plenty of time to kill everything. Which means that most of the mobs don't really count. This is actually the case for a lot of dungeons. Like, if you do... Tamtara Deepcroft. If you pull everything, if both of your DPS are fully mobile while attacking, most of the mobs will die by the time you reach your destination. How's Amy Zunashi? Hope you're doing well. Forgetting for one video isn't too bad. True. I will, however, say also that the team that I brought was, like, I believe it was Greensville and Natsu and Gazel? And they were all in on it. Like, I had specifically requested people to play specific jobs and stuff to make it easier for us. And it was like, it only took an additional try. It wasn't like we had to spend, like, hours in there. And they were helping me with every demonstration. But a way you can sometimes see how difficult an AoE pull is, interestingly, is... I would say it's not entirely the fairest comparison. But some dungeons, some AoE pulls are fully soloable by a warrior. They don't just, like, sit there and take it. Like, you kite the mobs, but basically the logic of a warrior kiting the mobs to, like, extend their lifespan in the pull is basically you essentially just add more corridor in the middle of the pull so that you can run away, because running away is a defensive cooldown. But AoE pulls with ranged mobs, just having ranged mobs massively increases the difficulty of a pull. The parent says, I had one healer once where in response to saying, I'll be pretty fine, you can DPS, was to do absolutely nothing, and then lambasted me in chat when I missed a mitigation and died. I don't think they got the point. Like, that's really strange. Like, this is an interesting point, is also that the reason why it can sometimes be difficult to see who's really to blame when an AoE pull goes wrong is if the tank was using defensive cooldowns correctly, then it's probably not their fault. If the healer was healing correctly, then it's probably not their fault. But that's the only way that you can land at the conclusion that it was probably DPS then. But there's nearly no AoE pulls in Final Fantasy XIV that are so hard and so drawn out in your average group that the tank and the healer will actually run out of resources and cooldowns. But it does mean that, and this is like a classic problem, I think I've mentioned it multiple times, both in Mentor videos and other videos, that if you're a healer and you choose to spam things like Physic, Cure, Cure 2 even at Loquium, like if you spam your healing spells aggressively at the cost of damage, you'll notice more often that your tanks, even the good ones, will need more healing because you not attacking extends the fights to a point where some of these tanks are not even used to them going to. Like, they're not used to being like, okay, I'll use Bloodwetting, and then when Bloodwetting ends, I'll use Rampart, and then when Rampart ends, I'll use Bloodwetting again. Like, usually it doesn't get to that in a lot of pulls. And if it gets to that, the warrior usually doesn't need to worry about what comes after that. Usually the mobs will die before another cooldown is needed. So a lot of tanks will just not be ready for that. But if the healer's not attacking, like on AoE pulls, healers are actually extremely strong. So it has this circular effect where you casting, essentially possibly wasting your time. Not necessarily, especially at low level where you don't have any OGCDs, right? But these situations where you're spamming healing spells more than you need to instead of attacking leads to you needing to heal more because the tank runs out of cooldowns, which means that you're healing more, which means you need to heal more, which means you're healing more, which means you need, like, basically endless cycle behavior. Another thing, I think I have a future video where I mention this, but there's also the part that some players, especially some tanks, I would say, get discouraged. At 15% lost on damage when healers heal so much. I'm pretty sure it's more than 15% actually, but essentially it's a huge deal. But anyway, my point is, when you see a healer that is either just spamming healing spells or worse, when no one needs healing, they're doing nothing. Those are extremely discouraging to tanks, to DPS that see it sometimes, and that can have the knock-on effect of the tank and the DPS being like, what's the point with me going as hard as I can when the healer's just over there dancing? And then the tank gets more sloppy with their defensive cooldowns because what does it matter? The healer's going to spam heal me anyway, and the DPS might not dodge things as much because what does it matter? They're going to get a heal anyway. Like, the healer's not doing anything else, so I'll just stand in the AoE instead of dodge it. And then you run into the problem that the healer feels like everyone's taking a stupid amount of damage. How would I attack? Whereas in reality, exactly, we gotta give them something to do. In reality, if they stopped healing like that and started attacking, then, you know, they would also be giving it 110%, so you don't need to heal that much. Oh, I stepped out of the lobby floor like quite a bit ago, Yannick. I can't remember why, but I did. I don't think that healer got the point. Yeah. But yeah, basically, food for thought. If you like to use healing spells quite frequently when you heal, my advice would be try and see how much healing you need to cast, and do that. Ilana says, I started the game as healer, and doing nothing as touch is what made me attack without someone telling me. That is also a way to do it. I remember, I think back, I've already scratched off World of Warcraft on the bingo card. I remember in Wrath of the Lich King, I did spend a significant amount of time playing Resto Druid. And I think back in horror of the times that I would put heal over time effects on the tank and then actually dance. Like, legitimately do slash dance. Like, just reaching on the tank, made a Caetsu up on the party, and then just slash lob hop or something is the equivalent to that. In fairness, Tree of Life didn't have very many attacks at their disposal, so... And it was generally not common that healers would attack. But I'm just thinking... I didn't have to dance. Like, I didn't have to, really, shove in the point that I'm doing nothing. Like, I didn't need to do that part. I didn't need to jump around. I could just stand there. Or I could even go into melee range and auto attack. Like, I could have done anything more helpful than that. And I didn't. And I don't know when exactly I learned or realized that, hey, I should be attacking. But I think the way I learned it was, I believe it was in Cataclysm, that all healers basically got a talent that, broadly speaking, said, you have an attack now. It wasn't necessarily the case that you'd pick it, but the game was basically saying, you could have an attack. You could have an attack. Did you wipe? No. Dawntrail says, I wonder if Astra and Scholar starting at 30, which has harder dungeons, where it feels like attacking is a bad idea for healers. Hard to say. But Scholar originally had several attacks. Like, consider this, Dawntrail. Scholar originally, at level 30, had Etherflow. As it was here, right? But they didn't have Lustrate. They had Energy Drain and Bane. Bane spreading their dots. They had 2 dots and Energy Drain. So they had a resource who, at the time, had one and only one purpose: damage. So it was basically like the game going, you should be attacking. Not much, but you should be attacking. Nice one, Zaf. Congratulations. Right, and speaking of, we've been talking for an hour. That is true, but it is nice to have these hangouts. But case in point, if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it here on YouTube. That tells the algorithm this was an enjoyable stream. I'd like other people to enjoy it as well, so thank you so much in advance. And if you'd like to be part of the Discord community server, there's a link in the chat there. Yes, that is actually the name of the channel. And there you will find the weekly schedule, where you can see what else is coming up in the coming days. You'll also find links to videos and streams when they come out. And if you go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role, you'll also get a notification whenever I post these links, as well as an extra run around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you'd like to support the channel even more directly, you can become a member of the channel, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, or if you don't like any of that, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the chat from Aradel. It all helps support me and the channel directly so that I can focus on doing stuff like this with all of you. So thank you so much for the support. But that will be it from me. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending on where you are in the world. I hope to see you all very soon. Bye bye.